baby. We're good to go, baby. Hello, welcome in. Some guy that plays. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let's check Discord and see if we have our little thingy. How we want it to. Announcements. We've done it. Fantastic. It actually has the correct ping now. Meow meow. Welcome in, friends. Hi, friends. Hello, friends. I was just gonna make a little Discord post in case there is anyone out there who's just kind of tuning in because of, or not Discord, or Blue Sky. Streaming now! Exclamation point. You can take a little work in progress, little screenshot of our Blender. Where'd that go? Blender, get over here. Oh yeah, we can do it. 5 scale, hi! KiviCat Bean, hello! Moth Weaver 29, hi! Pastel System, hello! Welcome in! Mwah! Welcome in, friends. Good to see you all. How are you? Welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Luli live stream. Lion Moth Guy Pastels, hello! You just happened to click Twitch as you went live. I was about to say it's Schadenfreude. It's the other thing. It's Kismet. It's fate. Welcome in. Mennonite, hi. Thank you for the grape. Tuesday, Kimmy Cat Bean. Hello, everyone. You're beat out of Bond Spaghetti Vase. Hi. Welcome in, friends. It's great to see you. I'm gonna do this little Blue Sky post. I'm gonna take a little picture of me with the drawing I'm making. That cute. Wait, how do I get over to OBS? There we go. How do I make this bigger? I'm only doing the same face. I need to do other things, but then I can't hit Control S. That's why. Ooh. Ooh. Perfect. Nailed it. Streaming now. I don't even have a fucking link to my stream. Maybe we should fix that first. Meow meow. Glee, hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. Ren Collie, hi. Kitty Cat Bean. Choo choo choo. Luther Hedgehog, hi. More to 80 Stream Street. Kitty Cat Bean, thank you for hanging out so much in stream. Thank you for your presence. Happy 80 Stream Street, Kimmy Cat. Thank you so much for support. Rallery, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I need to get a link to my stream here. I need to ship this off to Blue Sky. Streaming now. Grape. Glee, thank you for the 1 grape. Oh. No, why? My brain glitched. Everything went dark just as I was about to eat it. Curses. Thank you for the grape, Glee. What? Why does it happen? Why does it happen? Pet. Oh no. You caught it though. I did? It made the bonk sound like I didn't eat it. So I think it maybe it bounced off the back of my throat and got launched out my mouth again. And I didn't technically eat it. I don't think that can happen, but I'd like to think it could. Streaming now at Luli live stream. We are doing some Blender texture painting illustration. :3. Come watch us paint some lizard, and then some bunnies, and then, question mark, maybe even a orb friend. Posted. Done. Orb. Maybe orb. Maybe orb. I hope so. I think we're probably looking to wrap this up in about one hour of just like finalizing detailing. Orb. Ren Collie orb. And then we can move on to Meta Knight illustration. Once this one's all wrapped up. Let me just make sure I have everything all set up properly here. I think it's looking good. I think. Well then, friends, let me just do a little preliminary save here. I think I can close this. I can close this. I can make sure this is muted. It is. I can have this open. Rah, you want the panda painting. Rah! If only I could just, instead of breathing fire, breathe paintings, and then I could just and give all my friends paintings. That'd be cool. You need to sketch an orb-related luli. It just sits in your mind rent-free. It's just there. And there's no rush. It'll be there. Take your time. Sounds like they're kind of relaxing. Truly, truly. Truly, truly. Truly, truly live. Wow. I have my delicious gulp of water in me. I am freshly hydrated. I'm gonna do a little stretching. How are y'all doing? Does anyone have any fun news they want to share? How's your Monday and or Tuesday going? This morning, and also last morning, I forgot to say, but this morning and last morning, I've been foraying into my Japanese online taxes. And it's been kind of slow going, but it's also kind of... Oh, Rhythm Note! I just noticed, I saw your paw wave up there. Hi, Rhythm Note. It's been a little slow going, but it's also been kind of validating because I'm able to read tax stuff in Japanese. I can navigate it. I can learn the ways of the taxes in Japan. And I kind of just want it to be done with already, because until it gets paid, it's going to be like weighing on my brain and distracting me from making fun stuff. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think maybe... I have to wait for a document to get delivered online. It says it's going to take 2 to 3 business days until I can get my basically Social Security tax slip thingy, and then maybe I can get them done with. Oh, that's kind of all I did this morning. I did a little bit of cleaning, did some house chores, pondered. I didn't really have much time to ponder, actually. Japan does taxations. Indeed. I'm getting back to traditional for a while, because otherwise you'd be stuck resketching lines over lines. Is a progress though. Hooray! I'm glad to hear. It is a progress. It's always a push and pull. It's always a 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But that's the dance of life. As long as you keep engaging in those steps forward and backward, you're making progress. And hell yeah, I think it's nice to pay a little attention to your traditional anyways, so that you can do both. You can have your digital art and your traditional art. And it'll be fantastic. You've been getting back into canning. What are you canning, Cheshire Set? What's your favorite thing to can? I've never canned a thing. I've never canned a single thing. Clip Owl, hello, welcome in. Canned chili? That's way... I was not expecting that. I love chili. I never thought about canning my own... Like, chili. Like, you can can your own chili. Of course you can. Also done tea recently. Oh, cool. Whoa. You can can your own chili. Fun fact, everyone. Meow meow. Nice. Hell yeah. When you can teas, are you canning like dry tea, or are you like making a batch of delicious tea and then canning it for a later date? Can these grapes in your mouth? They can in my mouth. Did you pay 1 bit just to see the grape in my mouth? Huh, because there you go. Oh, wait. 2 grapes in my mouth. Oh. Ah! You thought you had me. You thought the second grape wasn't going in. Thank you for the quarter, Glee. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Glee. Floor grapes. No, I got it. Like, is able to make 10 full sketches in 1 sitting and only half a line in digital. God, you wish you had a digital tablet to do it from the start. Oh, it's how it starts. It'll... Oh, Brox Basher! Hi, welcome in! Can as in an object, not as in the verb ability to. Yes, correct. Although I can chili, but you can chili also. You pretty the can. Brox Basher, welcome in! It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for raiding in. How are you doing? And also, do you have any art tags? Because you know I'd love to see. Oh yeah, friends in chat, if you want to give a little round of paw waves to Brox Basher's raid and raiders to welcome them in. It's so good to see y'all. Hello, hello. Just at the start of the stream. It's so good to see you here. Hi, Brox. It doesn't last as long as stuff from the store, but it lasts like 6 months. 6 months is a lot of time, though. That's great. Hi. You made a large batch of sweet tea concentrate, and it should last for 6 months or like a week at the rate you're drinking it. That's understandable. Sweet tea is potent stuff. Nice. Brock's Basher, welcome in. Thank you again for the raid. Do you happen to have any art tags that you want to share? Notice you were working on some art up there. Also, friends from Brock's stream, in case you don't know who I am, my name is Luli. I'm a 3D art type panda creature. I made my model, I made face tracking, and I also have full body tracking, and I constantly exist in that because I love being this critter. Today we're doing some illustration in Blender using Blender's texture painting stuff. Which is just something we started doing yesterday, basically. After a day before, we had been noodling around with it and seeing if it's possible to paint stuff, like paint illustrations in Blender. Turns out, yeah, it is. Radical. So today we're going to tidy up this painting with maybe another hour of work or so, just to finish it off, and then we'll be moving on to another illustration. That's the plan. Does the plan always go as planned? Yes. It does. So welcome on in. Anyone new here, it's lovely to meet you. And otherwise, Brox, hello, it's good to see you. And also, Raiders, if you need to raid and run, if you gotta take care of yourself, do that thing. Take care of yourself. But if you do want to stick around and hang out and stream, I'll do some drawing. Welcome on in. It's good to see you. I should do like arm circles or something. You can only see me half of me here. This is not a very ideal camera placement. I'm so happy that this is probably going to change in like a week or so. Burodo Kamen, hello, konbanwa. Burodo-kun, welcome in. It's good to see you. How are you? Andy and Lumity, hi. Thank you so much for the link. Art tags. I will grab it after one very calm exhale. Stretch up. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me take a look. Luna Lurks, hi. Whoa! This is not what I was expecting. Let me see. Wow, this looks so clean. Clean? Check out this art tax from Brock's Basher. You were doing a collab stream with a friend of yours. You each did Keyblade designs for creative exercise. This is a Keyblade design? Ooh. That's so cool. So I'm guessing you were drawing inspiration from these images around it and making it into a Keyblade? What a neat idea. I love the little ridges, the bevels, and like the vacuum tubes. I don't know what those are. The little metal pipe tubes. Those are so satisfying. They're so nice to look at. Every time you show one of these robots, it always has this feeling of being so like neatly put together. It's such a nice like it's like a fun, whimsical future aesthetic, and I love it. Hello, Bandit Dragoon, hello, welcome in. Streak time! Happy 5 stream streak, Amity and Lumity! Thanks for hanging out for 5 streams. I hope you've been enjoying them. Friend shape, right? Use Jumpstart 3rd grade! Ah! Jumpstart! Oh my god, I don't think I ever played Jumpstart 3rd grade. But I played Jumpstart 1st grade and kindergarten, I think. As reference point, Botley's arms and chest for the handle, and the time machine inspires building up to the blade. Oh, that's really cool. He finished his 2D piece within half an hour. That's really cool. I see what you're going. Those like the time machine buildings, like flanges, would make a really cool like housing for the blade. That's super cool inspiration, Brox. That's lovely. For all who don't know, Brox does 3D art, does a whole lot of like I want to say like hip retro aesthetic robots, like such as like Mega Man type bots. And also, as you can see here, drawing inspiration from these here robotic designs of Jumpstart 3rd grade. I almost said kindergarten just by reflex. It has super cool design and super clean 3D stuff with really, really nice shaders at the end. So if you want to see more 3D art like this, go check out Brock's Basher if you don't know Brock's already. Mix Ali, hi, welcome in. I'm sorry your way was blocked by the art attacks. But that's so good. I love how you use like the rivets and the door. Like, oh no, I see. Maybe these are like the lights on the panel of the robot. That's probably it, huh? The lights on the panel of the robot, and then the little like wire antenna things around the base of the. Ah, it's so cool. I love how you're combining these. And I like how you have like the three, like the round orby donut feeling pipes like around the wristband on the robot, and also like the section tubing. That's super neat. Like I love the way that you're combining, like reconfiguring all of these different little materials and points of interest on the character and on the building into a keyblade. In the back of the hilt is a wheel-turn door for the time machine. Oh, nice. This game holds a very special place in your heart. It really fed into your sci-fi robot obsession. That's awesome. I wonder if Jumpstart Kindergarten and or first grade has like furries in it or something. That'd be funny. Maybe that's where my obsession comes from and I just don't even know it. Fun fact about Botley is that the purple squishy quill on his right arm actually extends out. Ooh. It can it's a key. Maybe it can extend on the keyblade too, and it can become like a two-handed keyblade if it extends. That's so neato. Thanks for sharing, Brox. That's really cool. That's such a cool project. A creative use of Jumpstart third grade. First grade has dog. That must be it! Second grade has frog with a firefly bread. And yes, holy crap, you didn't think of that. Thank you. Hell yeah. Happy to contribute. That'd be sick. Mix Alley, hi. Crafty J, hi. Welcome in. You remember one of the Jumpstart games, second grade, where you ascend a castle and build a robot statue? Question mark. I don't know. I don't think I ever played past first. I definitely remember the dog. Kimmy Cat Bean, thank you for subscribing. Happy 4 months. It's only been 4 months? It feels like you've been a staple here for quite a while. But like 4 months though. Already 4 months and simultaneously only 4 months? That's crazy. But also thank you for resubscribing for 6 months. Thank you for supporting Panda Stream. Oh god, I'm memorable. Well, Demo's been in here for a while too. Right? Was Demo also? No, Demo was from early days, I feel. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I'm definitely not going to be able to accurately keep track of this for every person that subscribes in the stream, but I'm just surprised. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for renewing. You forget you exist. Who? Where? Being memorable sounds terrifying. What? Why? Oh. You can. I want to be memorable. What? You don't remember, but you swear it was a Jumpstart game. Jumpstart Advanced? Is there an advanced version of Jumpstart? Please tell me there's a reliable wiki for the Jumpstart games. I hope so. Thank you again, Kimmy Cat Bean. Thank you for support. Thank you for helping keep the little Panda stream going. I appreciate it. You like attention. You like attention. Then you want to be memorable, right? You're an attention whore. You got auto-modded for bullying yourself. Me too, I know how it goes. It'd be worth checking out Jumpstart Wiki on fandom. There's a Jumpstart Wiki! Oh my god. Bloodshot, hey dude, are you making this on Blender? Whoa, yeah I am, dude. Welcome in, how are you? It's nice to meet you, Bloodshot. 2K5. You're also afraid of too much attention. Oh, then there's a sweet spot. I see. I'm learning. And then you explode. Meow meow, Paranoid Sam, hi, welcome in. Bloodshot, how you doing? Are you a Blender person? When you have anxiety, it's like, oh shoot, they remember I exist, but horrible thing have I done? I used to have that. I do have that, I think. I kind of have that. But I have recently been trying to radically quiet my anxiety and just be okay with that. Which normally is kind of an anxious thing, but I'm also quieting that and just being like, stop it, and just do things. I know that's not like how it works, but somehow I am navigating it. I'm not prescribing that or recommending it to anyone. You started learning Blender last day. It was overwhelming. I hear you. There's a lot of stuff here, but if you are interested in learning it, I cannot, like, I recommend it so hard. It's such an interesting and cool program. I've used a whole bunch of creative software in my past, and Blender is my favorite. It does so many things. It's free. It's really good at what it does. Has a lovely community, so I understand it being overwhelming. I understand. However, if you might be interested in continuing to learn, we do as much art as possible here in Blender on the stream. So just saying, if you're interested in seeing Blendery stuff, this could be a good place to see it. You wish you could stab your anxieties with a knife till it very dies. Yeah. Sometimes it can be important. And I think when you have an anxiety disorder, 95% of the times, that's not it. It's not important. So I know that the 5% is important. And at some point, I found some radical switch in my brain that I think is irresponsible unless you have thoroughly examined your circumstances. Again, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I don't even know if I really did this or if I'm just fooling myself right now. But I have this feeling like I found a switch that's like, turn off the anxiety, and then 95% of your invalid fears will go away, but 5% of really, really real concerns will also be being ignored for now. And I was like, I've never flipped that switch before. Let's try it. And so far, it might be the distinct and concerning lack of anxiety speaking, but so far, no regrets. So far, no regrets. I'm planning to turn the switch back on in like a couple months, and I'll let you know how it goes, I guess. But so far, this seems pretty good. Luli is one of such switches. Sure, I'm a switch, flip me. Bomberdactyl, hi, it's so good to see you. Thank you for following. I made this animation. This is how it feels when you follow me. I started too fast. This is it. Wow. Thank you for following. Welcome on in. How are you? Evie, hi, it's good to see you. You have so many wheezes. Wheeze forever. Guys, Lily is really cool. Ari Boops, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm compelled to shout out Ari Boops because Ari Boops is a sweet, wonderful being. Who does lovely lizard-based art, as well as sometimes non-lizard-based art, and is just super kind and supportive and wonderful and good, and you should go check out Ari Boops sometimes if you haven't checked out Ari Boops sometime. One of your biggest mental health issues is less related to memorability and more related to fear of loss. Ah, I see. That, which also makes you not want to be memorable because you don't want to deal with the mere possibility of losing a friend. But if I remember you, then that's my loss. So if you're concerned about you losing, that is one thing. But if I remember you and then I end up losing that, that's me thing. Live without fear, or rather beat the fear before it affects you. Yeah, here's the other thing that I think is just true to anyone who has anxiety or fears in them, is that the absence of fear is not bravery. The absence of anxiety is not bravery. The capacity for fear and anxiety is inherent in order for bravery to exist, which by just like transitive property, if you fear and anxiety, then you are the ones that can be brave. You can, like, the ones who do not feel that are not the ones who can be brave. So you can think of yourself as anxious if you want. You can think of yourself as fearful if you want. But you can also think of yourself as the possibility to be brave. And I cheer for you. But it's up to you to know your circumstances and make those identifiers for yourself. Wow. Sounds a little familiar. Hi, Crafty. Wow. Sounds a little. Oh, was it a castle with jewel spire heads? Oh, for the. Blah. No, you don't want to flip Patty. Gently hug her tail and tell Fluffy her how adorable she is. Oh. I mean, that does make me feel less anxious. I cannot deny. Welcome in, friends. It's very good to see you. Happy Tuesday in Japan. Kimmy Cat Bean, I just saw you threw 1,000 points at the well. Thank you? Question mark? Happy Tuesday in Japan. We're gonna dig into this. We're gonna wrap up this painting. I'm aiming for about an hour on this painting, and then we can move on to the next one. Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. But all we kind of need to do is just like a little more tightly render out some little portions of it. clarify some things, and heck, we'll see where it goes. So I'm gonna drink some water. Our ad break is over. Question? No, we have ads in 5 minutes. Curses. Well, I guess I'll get started before then. There's no rule that I need to wait until ads start for me to start. Water bottle. Whew. Little mini workout every time I. Can you rotate yourself 180 degrees along the x-axis? Like, so my head is facing you? Like the top of my head is facing you? Oh wait, no, so my feet are up. Is that what you want? I can't do that, actually. I do not actually think I can do that, unfortunately. Become upside down. Yeah, no can do. No dekiru, yo. However, we will be able to navigate that once the Unity system is upgraded. But not for now. I've been beeped. Loboranto, hello. Welcome in. Those CBT worksheets that make you name your specific worry and if the worst case scenario will literally kill you are super helpful processors to internalize as new responses to anxiety. Yeah. Yeah. CBT rules. They're really, yeah. Like, I think this is neither here nor there. One of the skills I learned a lot, or like helped me a lot, was that like, okay, it's fine to worry. Like, it's good and healthy to worry. But if you worry all the time, that's not helpful. So like, just make a time where you worry. Make a 10 minutes a day where it's time to worry, and then you pull out a little journal and you write down the things you're worried about, and then you close it and you say, I'll worry again tomorrow at this time for 10 minutes. And then anytime you worry outside of that time, it could be like, I have a time for this. I can hear that I want to worry, but like, there's a time for that. I will hear these concerns at that time. And for now, I'm just going to keep staying focused on what's in front of me. A little extra worry as a treat. Well, yeah, and it's like maybe this thing has to exist, but like, what if you just kind of give it a space? What if it's just asking for a space? Make a space for it. Make a space and time for it, and give it that. But then say all this other space and time, that's not it. That's not for this. There are multiple definitions of CBT. I know. I'm still getting used to the mental health one. Meow meow Boilapon, welcome in. If you're anxious for no reason, it is extra run from tiger's juice. That little lizard brain has no place to put. Tell lizard brain doesn't need to run from tiger's juice anymore. Give lizard brain a huggies and send to room for calm down a time. Yeah, exactly. It's just a little run from tiger's juice. I love that. Lizard brain want to protect you. It's okay. Yeah. Give hug. Give hug. Oh, that's so sweet. See? Ari Boops is so sweet. The core boss, hello there. Welcome in. Wow. Yum, worries. Yum, yum, yum. You're in a loud area, but I give you my blessing, and I can't hear you myself. Fantastic. That was my attempt to communicate with Poilopon. If only I knew a way to signify that was Poilopon I was talking to, but I don't know. I guess I could like point at Poilopon's name in chat, but it's not here right now. Maybe another time. My lizard brain goes, ooh, need new shiny thing for dopamine, otherwise world end. True, this is another kind of lizard brain. Also, they have a specific time to worry is really, actual really good advice. Yeah, like, it's kind of important to worry. Your situation is pushed in solitude against your will now, twice. This is now because you can literally, you can't use literally any social tests. Yeah, it's tough, but you can't give up. Agreed. Hang in there. Please hang in there, Valerie. It is, this, again, all circumstances are always different. Which is why I can't help but have this feeling like if you have the ways to do these things, to engage with those fears, to be brave, if you have the means to, because someday you might not. You might have the chance to be brave now, but you might not later. And so I don't want to pressure people, but like, while you got the possibility, that's the time to go for it. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. And then hopefully Someday, everyone can have that possibility. BBB, awa, welcome in. It's good to see you. Lorenzo, today while scrolling YouTube shorts, you heard a great phrase. Depression is living in the past. Anxiety is living in the future. Ain't it though? Ain't it just? I like the present. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in. Alrighty, so I'm gonna start getting ready to dig into this painting stuff. I think we're good to go. We have ads starting soon, everyone. I'm gonna get my pen for one. Get a little closer to my monitor for one. That's why it's called the present. It's a gift. Wah! Yes! Thank you, Master Uguay. 2 more weeks of painting to go! Oh, don't you jinx it like this. Alright, let's see. Do we have a new layer? This layer is... Yeah, this is our overpainting layer. So now it can come back in here. The only problem that I have now is that if I want to paint outside the lines, I have to use white instead of erasing, but that's not really that much of a problem. I don't really think there's going to be background to this. I think I like just white background, is clean feeling. So if we want to paint over, we can just use white background. That's fine. We got texture paint. Just double check that we have our little painting here. Perfect. We have some pressure on. That's fine. And let's think about our brush. Probably I just want 100%. We might end up doing some blending later. We could do some blending now. Does blending brush work on layers below it? Or do we have to have... No, we have to have ink on this page. Maybe there's an option to let this affect... textures underneath it. But I'm going to guess probably not. Probably not. Stroke space? Eh. Probably not, because we're doing some like layered texture image material stuff here, so we don't even really know we're painting on the same plane as what we're currently looking at. So probably won't be able to use our blending brushes there like that, but that's fine. Then that makes me think, do we want to actually come back in here and like work on the line art? Also, do we like this shadow? I like the shadow in places. I kind of like the way it makes the shadows red and green, but I kind of like the cleanliness that comes in the main without it here. So let's go back here and let's just erase it off the hair colors, I think. Because we already have some shadow colors in there that I like a lot. So let's just remember how to do that. I make it kind of rough, and that's fine. Meow! Magic marzipan! This is looking so good. Thank you! I'm glad you like it. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Anyways, that's a good drawing. Thank you, Boilerpot. Thank you. He's always there. You're just trying not to affect you a bunch. Yeah. You just say it's always a treat to be here. Yay! You can say that. Thank you. I love to hear it. Wow. Wow. Subaru Outback, hi, welcome in. Walks to the front door, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in, friends. Okay, believe it or not, Luli is gonna focus. Right. Meow. I'm still here. Do not you worry. I will reply to stuff. Erase soft. We want erase hard. Do we? I don't know. That's probably fine. It's perfectly good. I'm just going to take these shadows off the hair. Because really, I do like the colors that it's showing, but at the same time, I just kind of want to work with the base colors. It's kind of introducing some hues that I really love. But I think the problem is that unless those hues are present elsewhere in the drawing, it kind of ends up making the main look a little mossy. Like it's got some like plant matter growing in it or something, which again, kind of cool, just not really the aesthetic I'm going for with the main. And I think I like this feels just like cleaner, and these shadows feel good everywhere else. So with that, whoops, then we can come back. What is preview mode? What is preview mode? Oh, oh, that's super cool. Okay. That's really neato. Okay. Well, we don't need that now, though. Erase hard sounds like a news peak of I don't want to be horny anymore. Oh, Luli, you've learned your folklore. I would love to hear your new folklore. Would you please share your new folklore? I'm so excited. Maybe you should do a portrait with moss mane and flowers and whatnot. Right? Like, it's a cool vibe. And it kind of goes, like, the feeling I get from the character, and I might be off. Also, I should grab your reference just to, like, make sure I'm feeling the feels as I'm working. The feeling might be off, but the feeling I get from your character is, like, kind of laid back and chill and like, not stagnant, but generally, like, cozy, comfortable. And so, yeah, like, yeah, mossiness and, like, plants growing and stuff, flowers. Has that feeling of, like, kind of moving at a pace where nature can grow over it. Which is, I don't know, it says something, I kind of like it. But that's not really what I'm going for in this particular image. That's the only reason I'm not really chasing it. Na 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 na, Copy image. Paste image. There we go. Yeah, like, I don't know, just chill and good. Like, capable of this, like, motivating action. I don't know, something about just down the stance, the clothing, the features, the expressions as a whole has this feeling of, like, chill. Veladin, hello! Wait, grape. Did I eat Veladin's grape? Did I miss Veladin's grape? I don't have any remembrance of a grape. You know Maui, right? I do. What can I say except for we're welcome, guy? Yeah, I ate it. I think I just had a memory lossing grape. Because that's wild. Flocklore. It's Flocklore because you're a bird. Oh, that's very cute. This loop is very good. Yay! POV, me yapping too much about cars to non-car people because they understand none of it. Subaru Outback, I'm pretty sure, is literally a car. If you want to yap, just, I don't know. Welcome in, Vale. It's good to see you. You were quite deep in thought. I guess so. It's good to see you. You try to keep the pose looking relaxed, maybe a bit lazy. Yeah, I don't want to, in case there was like any like negative inflection. It's not really what I was, but I feel that. I feel that. You learn that Maui's canonical end and last trick he tried to do was to crawl into a goddess of the dead's vagina. Unfortunately, this goddess was woken up by birds laughing from the sight of Maui turning into a worm and entering there, and he was crushed to death. Why? Why? Can I ask why Maui was doing this? His canonical end was to obsidian vagina lips. It's pretty hardcore. TBH. Maui, what were you doing? What were you doing trying to get into the goddess of death's vagina? The rock got crushed by obsidian. Appropriate. Okay. We have erase soft. We might not use the eraser that much more. We will probably end up using, is this the brush that we were using? Was there another brush that we were using? That feels so textury. What brush were we using? Oh, we were probably just using like hound rod, round hard brush. This one over here. Yeah, hard brushing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, underpaw. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Mr. Business. Hello. Hello, Luli. Happy day 4 of Cliff Owl Art. Thank you. It's good to see you, Zari. Welcome in. Literally, he was trying to unbirth himself and come out of her mouth. That's hilarious now that we know more about medicine and the body. I love the thought that even demigods back then just might have had no idea how it all got down inside the body. I love the idea that it wasn't until like human beings did experiments on other humans to be like, oh, it's the anus and the mouth that are connected. That even the gods were like, that fucking pussy goes straight out the mouth. Yeek, hi, it's good to see you. And then humans discovered it with medical science, and then the gods were like, yeah, duh. Obviously. Hell of a way to go. Well, the name went down in history, so I mean. Maybe it's different for gods, but it's so hilarious to think that's Mallory's line of thought. Yeah. Maybe the gods knew. It was the human part of the brain that didn't know. Yeek! Thank you for tossing in points in the hole, I suppose. Thank you for single-handedly helping to regulate the economy. What? Okay. Time to dig in. So let's see. First thing that I want to give more attention to. Well, here's the first thing I want to give more attention to is the face. And there are things around the face that I want to give attention to that if I were to give attention to them later, oops, why are we picking that color? If we were going to give attention to those things later, then we might end up painting over the face. So instead, let's just come in here to the other things and give these the attention that we want to give. So I'm going to clean up these shapes a little bit. And this is where you'll see I'm just going to paint like right over my lines and shit because it doesn't matter. None of it's real until I'd say the painting is over. And then we can take like other colors like this white and we can start like carving into the shapes. And part of me says erase every single little line bit that you see on the outside here. And part of me says, why? That doesn't really matter that much. And then part of me is like, oh yeah, you're right. Sick. We can just do whatever we want to. If we have little thingies hanging out that like no one cares. Also, you want to like be like make something that AI arts just can't make? Leave your fucking shit on the page if you want, because AI art's not going to be like here's some random dust flecks that were part of the process of drawing it. I'm not going to say it's like a better look, but the point is that it doesn't matter, and it also shows that you did it in a way. So score one more point for imperfections. Yes. And this also reminds me that probably I should do the back ear first because realistically, I will also like I'm probably gonna do like work back to front, right? So I can do back ear, then like horns and hair up here, and then do like a pass on the ear, then the face, and go back to the ear. Is what I'm gonna do. So I can clean all this up. And I feel like maybe this ear wants to like connect back here a little bit more. Because I can see that like we have this line right here that's not real, right? Like that's not actually part of the head. That was like a relic of what we were drawing before. Put Luli on the page. I'm doing it. I'm here. You just learned today that a gift art someone made you actually AI art and you threw it in the trash. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear. That sucks. Hot take, even redrawing or getting inspiration from AI art is a bad habit. I like it's here's the most I can stretch my brain around it would be that a very conscious critical mindset could potentially learn stuff from using AI art educationally, but the amount of like it's not going to go very far, one, and two, at some point like it's just more effort than it's worth. It's kind of killing some things that you could be learning in the process, like your own style. That's just like it's not worth it. I feel like the only real reason that someone might want to use AI art to learn art is because they want to like impress people faster or something like that. But it's not. I don't know. It's just the bad. That's not a great motivation for art. You use AI art for inspiration occasionally, but you have never used it as your own art. It's like a thing you can do, and also like there's a million things that can be looked at for inspiration as well. I'm like when I approach AI art as subject, I think we have a lot of voices, and I'm not saying this like it's bad. I think it's just that AI, the trashing AI angle for its pure negativity, we have a lot of voices that are already representing that. My preferred angle to approach it is like, what is it actually doing for you when you do use it? Because from my perspective, the answer is like not a lot. So it's the bads are out there, absolutely. From my perspective, it's like it's not even a thing that like threatens art. It's not a thing that will help you grow. So it's like, what is it that you're really trying to accomplish when you use it? And there might be a better thing that you could be doing to make that happen, I think, is usually the angle I like to examine it from. Um, it's more like you're searching for reference. One of the references you found is like, oh, this is AI art. And you're like, well, crap. Well, it's just a reference, right? I hear you. That in a pinch, I can understand it. But if you do have the time, I definitely would implore you to try and find something out there that's grounded in either reality or another individual's artistry, because a lot of the choices that you might see in like images recreated by AI art based on someone else's artistry lack the context of why the artist might have made those choices. So you might get the visual appearance of those choices, but you might not have the full picture of like why that choice was made. And so it might lead you to draw some conclusions about it that aren't particularly like relevant, I guess. Meow meow. Um Hi Femrithian. It's good to see you. Whereas if you look at like photographic evidence in nature, the animal is always the real animal. The lighting circumstances are always going to make sense for the lighting they're in. If you look at artists' inspirations, like if you draw from masters or from artists you like on, like I don't know, social media and Blue Sky and stuff like that, inevitably there will be reason behind the choices that they make. So it's like reference from AI art can be referenced, but then if you examine like what it is you're actually referencing, a lot of time the answer is like a, a an incomplete picture, and so you're sort of basing your art on something that lacks context for those choices. Um, Load Potato Skins, hi, welcome in. You pretty much have enough ideas running in your head. You don't need generation. It's like, and that's the other thing too, is that the process of like coming up with reference itself, like that is part of the creative process. I'm not trying to do, like, I don't, again, I have fervent feelings about AI, and I want to approach it from like a there's better ways to do it kind of angle, because I don't want to like, I don't know. As much as I don't want AI art to be a commonly used thing, I also don't want to ostracize people who might be using it and maybe could come around on like good reasons to not use it by kind of being mean to them. Um, so yeah, what was I? Oh, it's saying a thing. Brain. Oh yeah. Finding reference itself is part of the creative process. Where you choose to look for reference is a question that you choose, right? If you choose to look for reference in nature, you're going to bring the world of nature into your art. If you choose to look for reference from your favorite artists, you're going to draw their influence into you. But if you end up choosing AI art for reference, then you don't really know what references you're sourcing. You don't really know what you're inviting into your work. So to that extent, it's like if you were making food, but you had no idea where the ingredients come from. I feel like that's kind of a reality a lot of us face in the day. But it makes us a little uncertain about what we're eating. And that's not a great feeling. And when you're doing something so personal as like cultivating an arts form, cultivating your style, cultivating a body of work, then you want to know where it's coming from because that goes straight to your heart. You want to know what you're letting into your heart. And when you use something like AI for reference, you can never really know. And it's important to curate as your artistic inspirations as much as it is to create the art. Displaying an idea, you'll be able to illustrate, but that's about it. Or possibly coming up with ideas, not using it in actual look. Because in your art, you made this, I think. I see. Even in that case, I know, and here's the thing. That's another reason I don't like going full all in and trashing AI art, or for example, for references and stuff like this. Because for some people who might have accessibility issues, for some people who might have disabilities, like there's probably going to be good reasons to use these things. And also, if you need like pose reference, if you are able to, if you have a camera, if you have friends who have cameras, if you can like act out a pose and take a picture, there's so much value in that. There's so much learning about body mechanics and physicality and composition, so that when you choose, if you say take pictures for reference for poses or something like that, you're developing composition skills, you're developing framing, you're developing perspective just by using a camera. And it's just good. It's just good. So if you can do that, it might be slower, but it's fundamentally developing other skills that wow, will feed right into your art. Using AI for reference messes up artistic learning the same way or worse. When anime was new and people, it is similar to that, which is also why, like, if you have artists you love, reference them and draw their stuff into your style, and also don't neglect looking at nature and looking at photography and stuff like that, or looking at reality or the mirror or whatever. Lily, can you do a little thought experiment? How much bad is allowed to be in the good face? How much bad is allowed to be in the good face? I don't know if that is a categorically measurable thing, because I don't really believe in like a good person or a bad person. I think all of us are capable of sometimes having behaviors that go against our values, and so we should all have like a tolerance for that to a level. But I think my qualifiers for good faith is like being willing to actually listen to each other and being open to the possibility that that things can be different. I kind of mean that for everyone to an extent. How do I mean that? I think if I try to go into this, I'm gonna get distracted for 4 hours. I love this question. And I should probably focus more on drawing. And I think that the things that I said just now are sort of the key to it, probably. Lily's only a tiny bit evil. I mean, we're all evil in our own ways, right? Like, I value making art over, like, let me rephrase. I value, for me, making art over playing video games. I love it when I make art. I enjoy video games sometimes, but I don't want to be spending a whole bunch of time on it. Sometimes I still get mega distracted and then play video games all day. And sometimes that can feel bad, but it's also this feeling of like, I'm not perfect. I'm not going to do exactly what I want to do and believe in 100% of the time. But the importance is to know that when you do it, you can do better. And it's not like it's over, I'm evil. It's just like people aren't perfect. We sometimes do things we don't want to do. And what's important is not like I'm ashamed, I'm going to hide this, and this sucks, and I'm evil, and I'm going to cloister it inside of myself because I'm a bad person and no one can ever see this again. It's like, I did that thing. Fuck. I'm going to do better. I'm sorry I did that thing to me specifically, not to anyone else. Like, live your values, right? I can say all this shit about all my judgments. If you don't agree with me, and if you really don't, then, and you know, I guess that's the thing. Like, if you don't agree and you really know it and you really know that you're not going to change your mind, or you're not open to the idea that things could be different, then just go somewhere else. Just don't like continue stirring chaos if you're not actually like listening or open to like the pollination of ideas, I guess. For example, without evil, we wouldn't know what good is. But in a world where there is no evil, would it be good to create evil artificially? Well, here's something that I was thinking about. Your self-evil is being up this late before stream day. Oh, Beagle Tails! Also, hi. I didn't say hi before, but hi. AI discourse. It happened. Here's the thing I was gonna say, Rallery, that for a second I was like, this is too much, but I'm just gonna say this anyways. I've mentioned before of like real happiness isn't happiness that like ignores sadness and badness. It coexists. It has to. It knows that sadness and badness are out there because that's like the cost of life, but you choose to be happy. You choose to say this fucking happiness is worth it despite the shit that happens out here. I'm going to try and cultivate this and grow this. So likewise, if we're going to make a moral good and evil, something I have said before is, for example, gender stuff, right? Like the coolest straight people, the coolest hetero, non-queer, totally straight, normative person out there could fucking dive into the queer gender craziness that exists out there and like have sex with a whole bunch of people and do a whole bunch of self-exploring and go through like a femme presentation phase, masculine, non-binary, whatever, and then like a year later climb out of that pool and be like, no, actually, I'm not me. I'm hetero, straight, non-queer, cis person. Like, if they take a swim in that pool and then they come out, like, actually, no, I'm the same after as I was before. That's what they are. There's a likewise that is, I would say, I think we need to be careful about because the implications are weird. So let me like clarify before we draw any kind of illustrations out of it. It's a fucking base move, right? That guy was to be the coolest fucking straight person in the world. Because you don't suddenly like a straight guy. Let's say a straight guy has consensual sex with a guy, and then they were like, "Nah, it's not for me." That person's not like suddenly gay because they had sex with a guy. The purity of straightness isn't a thing. Like, you can have had sex with a guy and then be like, oh, I'm straight. That's real. I'm talking from a guy's perspective also, which is, I should have assumed that, but I shouldn't. But that's a pretext because it doesn't have to be. A girl can have sex with a girl and be like, I'm straight actually. Because your identity isn't something that's like a report card that gets marks against it. You don't like lose straight HP by giving a dude a blowjob. You're 100% straight if you give if a guy gives a dude a blowjob who's like, I don't really want to do that again. It's fine. They haven't become less straight. Girls can have sex. I didn't know I could do that. I know, right? My gender is redacted. My gender is yucky. Oh. You should love who you are. I don't think I'm allowed to comment. So, let's paint a different picture now. Those who are good, quote unquote, I don't even really love to say good because that is a relative thing. There's a million fucking topics this could apply to with more specific meanings, right? So I'm gonna say good and evil, but no, good and evil means jack shit. Bomberdactyl, thank you. Your gender is you're not sure yet. That's fine. Realistically, when you're trying to identify your gender with words, that's all you're trying to do. Your gender is what it is, Loboranto. Maybe you don't have the words yet. That's fine. It's not like you aren't who you are without the words. Like, you are who you are. And maybe someday you'll find the words. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. Straight guy who's had sex with a guy is the only guy that can say, "Are you sure you don't like dick if you haven't tried it?" Right? That's what I feel like is so fucked up about like the world of heteronormativity right now. Is it feels like there's like every straight cis man and every straight cis woman is trying to maintain 100 out of 100 straight HP, cis HP. And dear God, if you have worn a skirt as a straight cis man, or have you blown a dude as a straight cis man, or if you've like worked out, like if you built muscle as a straight cis woman, then you have lost your credibility. You now have suspicion of not straightness on your report card. That's what's fucked up about the heteronormative world to me, is that it feels like you're on this fucking balancing board. And if you lose a goddamn HP, then suddenly everyone's at your goddamn throat and like trying to define you, as opposed to what if we just didn't give a shit and then you just define yourself if you feel like it. You don't even have to. Why do you need to like have a elevator pitch for a human goddamn person? I'm saying goddamn a lot right now. Like, when you meet someone, I get it. You want to have some kind of security that you know who they are, and the social thing is a safe interaction. But that's a whole complicated human person. If you ever walk up to a person and assume you know anything about their magnitudinous life before they encountered you, you're just fooling yourself. So, like, I love identity. I have really specific identifiers for my identity that I love to share whenever the vibe is right. But realistically, I know that my identity is absolutely uncapturable by words. So, like, no matter how much I paint it out for you, when you meet me, really, it doesn't matter how many keywords I give you. You have no idea of all of the things I've experienced, and same for you. And that's the joy in seeing the humanity in other people, is you're not just finding genres of people or like cookie cutter gingerbread people who fit into a little hole for the kind of person that you want to meet and befriend. You're meeting this individual, never existed before identity of a person that cannot be put into words, and you have to be willing to explore that and love it as it comes. Because if you don't, then what you're really doing is like, I'm looking for a straight cis friend. You better not suck a dick. You better not have ever sucked a dick, or my straight cis fantasy of you is going right out the door, along with my respect for you. Because all I really care about is who I think you are. Luli is Luli sexual, duh. You know what I mean? I hope nobody here has done anything gay or I'm gonna leave. Oops, well, I've already flunked out then. Fuck yes. What the hell was I saying? Okay. God, take another step towards the identity, what the point of all this is when it comes to good faith. A truly secure cis straight man should be able to dive into the queer as hell pool and jump out and be like, I'm straight. I'm cis. I don't know what to tell you. In my opinion, someone who is, again, good and evil don't exist. I'm just using this as a catch-all for the magnitudinous options, all the different individual aspects of life that you can do this with. Someone who is quote-unquote good should be able to dive into the evil pool and then climb out and be like, damn, that shit's fucked up and I need a shower, but I know what's in there now. I know what they do there. I know what it's about. And no. Like, here's why I say this is a tough thing to like put into practice. Let's say murder. Murder is wrong. I'm gonna jump into the murder pool and murder. Like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. But you have to like really think about it. You have to like let the sincere perspectives of people who are trying to advocate that murder is good enter your brain and marinate and sit with it and understand it. And then once you understand it, reject it. That's good faith to me. Is, yeah, like I could steal a whole bunch of money and be rich and not have to take care of any responsibilities and be a parasite, and thrive because I have actively worsened the quality of life of other people in the world. And I'm just gonna be okay with that. Yeah, no, I'm good with that. No, actually, no. I don't love myself if it wasn't like that. And there's no shame in not being able to fully take care of yourself. We're a communal species. We need each other to thrive. No human has ever thrived and risen to the top of the food chain or whatever alone. We need each other. And you can argue that, like, oh, it's just how humanity is. We're all slimy. Everyone's out for their own selves, so everyone's cutting throats and stealing purses, and you just gotta make it to the top. You gotta be relentless. But, like, that doesn't work. At the end of that timeline is one person sustaining themselves while everyone else withers until there's no one left to do things like grow that person's food or like treat their diseases or injuries or infections. And then for all of that, oh, cutthroat, blah, 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 at the top of the, gotta look out for yourself. For all that shit, they're left alone and choking at the end of time with all of the forces of nature that will rain down their beautiful vengeance upon that person. We need each other. So if you, so that's, I don't suggest spending all of your time swimming around in shitty pools, but if something feels important to you and you do want to understand it, and you, especially if you want to try and affect it, pick an issue. If you want that to become a thing that you want to try and change for the world or society or whatever, you gotta hear what the people that you think of as your opponents, your opposition, you have to hear them. You have to listen to them. You have to understand what they're doing and what they're saying or what their reasoning is. Otherwise, it's not really going to be like a whole picture. If you really care about this issue, see everyone's perspective on it. And then come out of that pool and sincerely examine everything and then think, now I know. Now I can make choices. Now I understand. And it's also not like a one point in time kind of thing. Like, you have to keep examining it. You have to keep knowing it. You have to keep learning as things develop. Like, the willingness, good faith is the willingness to jump into the other pool. That's good faith for me. In a nutshell. Hi, y'all! It's much harder to understand things than to reject them categorically. Right. Luli, it's been an hour. We're streaming, baby! It's part of the art. Having gay sex and not enjoying it is literally the strangest thing you could do, says Big Sally. Indeed, right? It's like Venom from Spider. I don't know what that means. Even most evil people might still like puppies, and even the best person, the villain, is someone else's story. Right. You do love a deep stream chat. Hell yes. Having gay sex and not enjoying it is the strangest thing you do. I read that already. Hi everyone. Hi Spaghetti. Hello. 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 Alpha Billy. Hi. Welcome in. Luli. Yeah. Howdy. A nice monologue. Thank you. I don't know where it came from. Kim said they wanted to be a kissable parasite. Yeah, for sure. Ace people stay winning. Well, that's the thing, is that it depends on like how you frame things, right? I use the word parasite. Technically, if we're all supporting each other, we're all kind of parasiting off each other. So you're free to frame things however you want to. And if someone else is like basically arguing the same thing for them, but their framing of it is just kind of different, we should also allow for like, sometimes words are different. Sometimes opinions are different, but if you want the same thing, if you strip the terminology of the words and you just look at like the equation, the rational equation of what people want, so many times it's very similar. It's just we have terms that cause conflict. And that's frustrating because sometimes our terms are really important to us. But that's culture, that's life, that's the world. Sometimes the terms are going to be different, and you gotta believe that the other person's human perspective is more important than the terms of the discussion. I really think you have to believe that. It sucks sometimes, because sometimes it feels like you're like leaving something important to you outside of the conversation, but they don't really have to understand you. Again, those keywords will never define you. So maybe some of those keywords don't stick with them and they don't get it. And by the end, like you're walking away from this mutual discussion and it feels like they don't perfectly understand you, but they never will. They never will. Even if they know those keywords, they never will. They might get a little bit closer, but to understand a whole person like yourself or like me, it takes a lifetime. Anyways, hi, you're here. Hi, Aaron Pink, welcome in. We're drawing totally. We're totally drawing. The world needs more gay sex, says Fabrizian, and I agree. Sorry for hijacking the stream, but also that's a good speech. No, it was a good time. I had fun. Welcome in, everyone. Xenosupial, you just got here. What's going on? If I'd put one single toe back into the previous discussion, it's going to spiral out of control. I gotta start painting on this. We were talking about straight cis guys diving into gay pools and climbing out and be like, yeah, turns out I'm straight. And then it's like they're the coolest straight cis guy in the world because they open their mind and their brain to being submerged into all the gay, queer, everythingness in the world, and they just are who they are. And it's not about like protecting their insecure identity. More gay sex, fewer clothes, no depression, thoughts paradox. Yes to all. If you open up your blowhole and pour the gay juice in, you stay straight. That's how you know you're straight. Yes, actually, 100%. Max, holy shit. Hey Lily, watch that. Wait, oh fuck. Hi Max, thanks for raiding. Welcome in, Jedi Hovercat. Hi. That's how you knew you were a girl. Right? Welcome in, friends. Thank you so much for raiding, Max. It's so good to see you. Hi, everyone. If you're just raiding now, if you don't know me, my name is Luli. Oh yeah, friends in chat, if you could just give a little paw wave for me, like you're already doing because you're faster on the uptake than I am. If you give a little paw wave to welcome in our raiders. Hi, everyone. If you don't know me, my name is Luli. I'm a 3D art-type panda creature. I have full body tracking. I made my model. I also have face tracking, and I'm always like this because I like being the internet animal panda that talks to you and makes a fool of herself. Hi. I love you. Welcome in. It's good to see you. And right now, we're totally doing some illustration, and we're totally not talking about philosophical debates and stuff for the past hour. And we're going to actually do the illustration now. Thank you for the giant me. Welcome in. I do actually want more clothes also. I want both I want all the clothes so that I can choose not to wear them when I want to. Max, the sleepy, sickly kitty. Max, you're sick? I'm sorry to hear. Lily was nice to me about art today. I'm so glad that that's what you took away, because I felt like I was just like bludgeoning you with irrelevant statements from my brain, and I was like, I hope. Anyways, starting the illustration now. So in 5 hours, stop it. Right after this art tax from Max. Just low energy and a sore throat. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. I hope it gets better soon. I'm grabbing this heart tax. Holy God, yes. Fucking yes. God, yes. There's no debate. It was only base speech. Sorry, I was. You're right. It wasn't debate. It was just. What do you call it? It was speech. Did I just do a speech? Lily tried to turn a nice thing she did into a social flip. Oh my God. It continues to be relevant. The Eat beckons you. Pastel system. Mona, right? Mona. I hope that Eep does good for you. I hope you have a good sleep. Once again, Force Family picks me. Back, what'd you pop in on? We got some art tax from Max and a raid from Max. Which again, thank you for the raid, Max. And now I'm going to show that art tax from Max on our stream here. You want to wear pretty clothing, but you're stuck in what you have for now for the foreseeable future. Here's hoping for a future where we can all wear the pretty clothing that we want to freely. I hope that somehow the things that I do somehow contribute to that cause, because I would love it if it did. Lily, guess what you finished today? P.S. You're really proud of yourself. Oh, I have no idea. What'd you finish? Look at this art tax from Max! You remembered, yay! Sleep tight, Mona. Let's just sketch sheet commission today. Holy fuck. God, it's so nice. I love your values. I love the shape of this friend. Look at this friend. Look at the shoulders on this one. The belly, the body proportion is so good. Ah, I love that. They feel both sturdy and heavy and strong and also kind of like jolly and good. They look so inviting to walk up to and hug, which I think is like just a super incredible accomplishment given they're surrounded by chains and kunai and grappling hooks and plate mail armor and claws. I want to hug this friend so much despite all that, and I'm 100% certain I wouldn't get sliced up. Home 5 scale. Thank you so much for the grape. I really appreciate it. So French shaped, right? I love it. The outfit's so cool. Pokey hug. Some parts are pokey, some parts are fluffy. That's a good hug. Yeah, Lobo. I hope for the better in the future. Luli, yes, Aaron Pink. Wow, more grape. Thank you for the grape dragon bear. Yummy, delicious. God, I want to zoom in on the expressions a little bit, because that's what I do. I like the faces. Oh, yo, they're so cute. Look at that friend. I'm sorry I'm making it super big. It might not be supposed to be this big. Hunter of anything and everything. Bad people, monsters, demons, treasures, knowledge, food. That's sick. I love that. Max, can I ask, how much did you have to go off for this reference sheet? Did you have other images or did you have like a text description or something? I love that cape and that emblem. That's so good. That weapon, like the Kusari with a tethered sword is so good. Sword, hook, and chain are all separate weapons. Can be used together or individually. That's so sick. I love that. Some description, some images. Nice. Other weapons can also be attached to the chain if desired. That's so cool. God, love a chain. Chains are so good. You want a soft hug that is also pokey? Yeah, of course. Contrast. Variety is the spice of lice. That's so pretty. I love all the wrinkles in clothes. The value is so nice. The bandana is so good. I like that for... God. This is really lovely. Anyways, you really want to sleep after your ship. Bye, every pony. Goodbye, every pony. Goodbye, Loboranto. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a nice rest, and thanks for hanging out here. It's good to see you. Take care, and thank you for being a lovely, wonderful person. I'll see you next time. The spice of lice. Did I stutter? Ah, that's so pretty. I continue to just be in awe of your materials. The chain and the plate and like this like quilted leathery feeling loincloth bit with like the slacks and the metal shin guards and plate fluffy, fluffy, fluffy. It's all so nice. Put this up here like this. Thank you again so much for sharing, y'all. Max. If you don't know Max, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows Max by now, but on the off chance that you do not, shout out to Maxim993 if you want to see more art from Max. Incredible sketches, incredible paintings, incredible artwork. Go check out more from Max. Go give Max a follow. And Max, thank you so much for raiding in. And raiders, welcome into. If you do got a raid and run, please take care of yourself. Always high praise from Luli. Oh my god. Beautiful. If you do got a raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please take care of yourself. Otherwise, welcome on into the Panda stream. I'm Luli. We're gonna keep drawing this. You're curious what you were drawing here? Yeah, we're doing this drawing for Clip Owl. This is Clip's character Alistair, and there's a whole bunch of bunnies being taught the hobbies. They've already kind of mastered the hobbies actually. So we have bunnies playing trumpet, video games, doing some art, crocheting, and also aerobic boxing. You want to eat it? Yay! So it's kind of supposed to just be like a 2-hour drawing, but it's kind of gone on. But yeah, so we're just going in and like refining certain parts of it now. I only wanted to spend like an extra hour on it. It's been an hour and a half. We did a whole bunch of talking, but now we're getting back into it. This is all doable in Blender. Yes, asterisk. It's unique to Blender in Blender's own ways. It's a little crunchy. It's a little like I wouldn't say optimal. Like I'm what tool do you use actually? I'm not sure. Do you use Clip Studio Paint? But yeah, basically I'm doing texture painting in Blender, like you paint a 3D model. But I'm just using a 2D plane, and yeah, use CSP. Yeah, so I would say it's a little. It's not as optimized for painting as CSP is, but I love Blender and I love working in Blender. So I am deciding to paint in Blender. Because previously I've just been doing grease pencil stuff, which is, it's illustrating, it's drawing, and it's great for animation, but it's not quite what I wanted to do for this. So since then, I've just kind of started to try to find a way to do like painterly stuff in Blender. And so here we are. Wow. And to set my color to, oh, it is synced. I see. There we go. So here we are, yeah. Why are we doing that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, because my normal, oh, hey, Luli, is your newfound obsession with Blender your fault? I would say this probably plays a little bit of a role, but to be honest, I've really wanted to get into Blender for a long time. Obviously it started with like 3D modeling and avatars, but the more I use it, the more I want to do more in it, because it's always able to like cross boundaries in Blender. So like I can do painting here and then compositing. You'll take credit for the good parts of your obsession. You are free to do that. You can take credit for the bad parts. Yay! What? I don't know what that is. What's the bad parts of my obsession? Maybe it might be stubbornly using Blender for painting instead of using Clip Studio Paint, but I'm having fun, so shrug. So what is this commission? Splash page? Tell us more. Yeah, it's a raffle. I had a fundraiser thingy to get to be able to order some trackers from Kickstarter. That's a new kind of tracker that'll be coming out that I'm very, very, very excited for. But I couldn't justify ordering just on my own, so I had a little fundraiser for it in January. And so we did some raffles here for some folks who donated over $5. They got entered into a raffle. And Clip Owl was one of them. And Clip Owl won one of the raffle prizes, and then we have Meta Knight has won the other. So Meta Knight and Clip are both going to get a drawing from me, which is supposed to be a 2-hour drawing, and has been a little bit more than a 2-hour drawing, but I have not minded because I've just been really enjoying exploring like this is a brand new sort of process for drawing in Blender. I've never used Blender like this before, but I just had to try. So it's a little bit experimentation for me too, and I'm so happy with it. So here we are. So really, all I'm trying to do, I'm not trying to add too much. I'm just trying to like change, do a little bit of like nicer like rendering in the places that counts. So like for this hair stuff, I should probably not be focusing too hard on this. But I do want to like clean up these lines that got left behind. Particularly around the face. Like there's still probably going to be some process lines in the sketch and everything by the end of this drawing, but around the face I want to try and make it clear and nice because I love me the faces more than anything in drawings. Expression. That's what we're up to right now. And I'm really happy I found this process because my process when drawing, like say on iPad or CSP or whatever, it's a lot of a push and pull. So I usually just get like a round brush and draw, and erase, 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 draw, erase, 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 and the lines and color and everything is all kind of just the same thing. And that is kind of impossible to do in grease pencil. So that's what started me looking for ways to do this in texture painting, is I really wanted to see if I could bring my old process back, which is what I used to use when I drew in CSP or when I drew on my iPad in Procreate. So here we are. And it's been going pretty good, I gotta say. 2-hour drawing, 3-hour drawing. One follower away. Whoa, really? Whoa, one follower away from 1400. I finished the woodline design. Oh, yeah! Version 1.0. Need to get it to version 1.01 before opening the woodlines as semi-open species. Nice, that's really exciting. Oh, that's really exciting. You missed your fundraiser. No, it's okay. One day you'll add a luli emote to your stream one day. Oh. Well, the fundraiser this time, it wasn't like emotes and anything. They weren't on the table. It was just for people who wanted to enter a raffle. They donated $5 or more. Thank you for the follow. Whoa! I made this animation. This is how I feel when you follow me. Wow! Thank you so much for being. Wait for it. Whoa! Follower number 1,400. Yo, thank you so much for the crazy support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, and welcome in. What happens when we hit 1,400 followers? That's all. That's all. Death. Is Lily coloring outside the lines? No, she's doing a lineless style. Well, the lines are just also color. 1,400 gay furries. Statistically, not every single one of them could be a gay furry. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, coloring outside the lines. Well, it's just more that lines are color. If the lines are black, it's just they're black. They're just the color black. And that's kind of all. So it's just coloring next to the color, the other color. Did we just have this combo? You think you know who follower 1,400 is? Really? I'm not gonna call them out, but neat. Oh, also we have ads starting in 2 minutes, y'all. Let's see, painted. I want better for this ear. I want to get this little line in here. Also be cleaner. I was kind of distracted when I was coloring this ear over and over again, so I ended up missing some fun little parts of it. Is that really how we want to blend that there? We can blend it a little bit better. The only downside of coloring this, so unfortunately, if I was doing this, how do I say it? Like from the start, my style, it'd all just be one layer and then I could just blend back and forth really, really easily. But since we're doing this sort of different, because we initially did the sketch on, oh, I'm so silly. Now's the time to learn if we can combine layers in UkuPaint, which is the add-on I'm using here. Because if we do that, that would make me a very happy panda. Because I don't really want to destructively just like toss all this stuff out, but if we can combine these layers. Custom bake targets, stats. Not yet. Some of us are more than just gay. Now working on the torso of your guy. Nice. Use gay to mean likes walls and furry to mean person. Oh, 1,400 likes walls persons. Time to order 1,400 luli plushies. Oh my god. Your friends call you gay and just go yes halfway. Oh. Hey Luli, what is your favorite stage of the art commune? I don't know what the art commune is. Commune. Oh, you ever... What happens if you put... Never mind. Cum and an onion into the Herodric cube. Commission! Oh, what's my favorite stage of it? I have a hard time knowing how to answer that question. Cause, ooh, thank you for the 5 bits. Amanala, moo. Hello. Your girlfriend Lexi ordered some custom plushies of her persona. That's awesome. Why are we being unhinged? I'm trying to remove my hinges altogether. Sleepy hello, everyone. Hi, Teacup Angel. Deckard Cain gets very upset. Deckard Cain, you told me to put 3 rocks in this person's peg leg into this box. You can't get mad at me for putting in an onion and some cum. That's not that different. Yeah, so for my, like, commissions, like art stuff, I don't really know how different the steps of my process are. Well, please have one stage. They're important for stability. Fair enough. I can't, okay. Focus for a second, see if I can combine these layers. I can, what? I can render this image. That's the same thing. That's genius. Oh, well, that's not really what I was looking for. Why not? Also, last time we made some weird change to our camera, and now we're just looking really, really close up for some reason. Did I do a weird thing with my camera properties? Orthographic scale. No. Is this a timeline thing? No. Isn't a hinge, like, inherently unstable? Oh, true. Okay, Luli, I'm turning you down and watching a maker video on YouTube, as is your way. Okay, yay! Have a nice maker video watch time. The Weagle. Well, it's like, it removes the, it stabilizes one direction and destabilizes all the others. No, opposite. Stabilizes all the other directions, but destabilizes one direction. Harbus, hello! Welcome in. How are you? Lily's trying to not to ask Harbus as an expert in transmutation the Herodric Cube question that just popped into my head. No one has to know. Hi, Harbus! I need to render this image. This camera is being weird, though. It's bigger on the inside! Oh, it can hold a lot of onions, then. That's good to know. Maybe we can dilute all the other materials and just have a whole lot of onions. But Deckard Cain, I still gotta know. Harbus, would you please play Deckard Cain? I've got a material. I've got some materials on a cube. I'm not going to tell you what they are. One of them is onions. What happens when I hit that transmute button? You tell me. Sorry to put you on the spot if you're like relaxing and don't want to engage right now. You don't have to. That's not quite true because the onions are also bigger. Oh, where did we find such big onions? You have onions in a cube and you're trying to hit transmute in Blender. Have you played Diablo 2, perchance? Is the Herodric Cube a pot? Are you making French onion soup? Can I have some? I don't think you want any of that French onion soup. Or maybe you do, though. I mean, some people would. You wasn't sure its action button was transmute. Yeah, the Herodric Cube. I think it is. I think it's transmute. You thought it was just extra space. The cube? You just put stuff in the cube and you never transmute it? Really? Oh, it's because my render... No, wait, hold on. Viewport, Eevee, yes. Output, format. No render region. Is that why? What is happening to my camera here? Let's try again. Render image. No, still teeny tiny. Luli did once give herself food poisoning by eating a strawberry-shaped eraser that she dropped on the floor. That's canon. I'll have one Kumyan soup, please. The cube takes you to the sacred cow level. It's vitally important. That is true. That is the canonical function of the sacred cow. No, of the cube. Hey, Luli, how's the art going today? Great. Fantastic. Hi, Cheesy Beagle. How's it going? I'm trying to figure out a way to render this so I can work on one layer. But my camera is wonky. So it's currently taking me a little bit of time. Wasn't it supposed to be used for Herodric's staff? And the top of the staff to make it one item to open a vault. Yeah, that's how you have to use it at the end of Act 2, I think. College financial aid got approved. Hell yes, let's go. You'll soon have money for VR trackers after tuition. Hydrate from Clipbell, thank you. I'm not here to tell you how to use your financial aid. However, if you know your circumstances better than I do. It's going well, Cheese Beagle. I'm really excited to do it. I just have to figure out this one layer thing so I can be more blendy with it. But also, we spent a good hour, and some change. Oh no. Yapping. Thank you for the grapes. Thank you, Cheese Beagle. Appreciate it. How you doing? Also, congratulations, Paranoia Sam. I didn't say that part. That fucking rules. Let's go. Not gonna buy Vibe Tracker. Slime VR will do just fine. Nice. What are these grapes for ants? They're grape-sized grapes. Are they not? Yeah, butterflies look sick. Working on a bit of art. Hell yes. We can totally co-work right now. Say it with a straight face, Luli, or else you're not being serious about it. We can. I can do it. I just have to figure out why my camera's weird. Why are we zooming in? Do we have another camera in here? Is it because we have this sphere? Let's delete the sphere. We need both of these. It's because stroke is on? Why are we zooming in that far? View. Active camera used in this view when unlocked from the scene's active camera. Are we unlocked to the scene's active camera right now? View. Camera. Viewer node. Is that the problem? No. View cameras. Set active object as camera. Active camera. Okay. Let's try... Oh, I set some other thing as an active camera. Did that happen? I didn't know there was a thing I could do. Well, the more you know. Control numpad 0. That's what happened. Oh, okay. Got it. Fantastic. So let's render this now. Should be good. Yay! Fantastic. So this should be, first of all, we can hide our stroke again, re-render. It's still rendering. Oh, because we have it on render. Re-render. And then is this the proper size that we're looking for? View. Zoom 1:1. Only this big? Okay. So we need to change our output then to be double this. Can we just do 200% here? We sure can. Love it. Love Blender. Love this program. Freaking rules. Impeccable wonderful. And then we'll just do a save as clip painting PNG. We'll say clip painting layer combined, save as, and then we'll import this as a new layer in our Uku paint, which we should be able to do. Texture painting. Uku paint. We're gonna do a new layer on top of this. Open image. Grab this layer combined. Open up. Boop. And now it's all there. Is it? But this doesn't look like a white color. Is it white? It is. I'm just fooling myself. Okay, cool. Learning time. Luli. Hell yeah. Luli is 2 reals tall. Luli is Luli size. How big is Luli? Variable. I don't really know yet. So far in my 3D world, the only frame of reference that I have is that I am larger than a grape. I think that's all. So maybe we'll learn as we keep developing what's around me. But for now, I am probably approximately like, I don't know, like 170 grapes tall. Working on a bit of art. Hell yeah. Bigger than Bluely, smaller than Sun. Have technical skill to build your own butterfly trackers. Hell yeah. Whoa, share. Silk moths. Oh. Codfish sized. How many codfish are you? I've never seen a codfish. Codfish don't exist in my digital domain yet. Amity and Lumity, hi, welcome in. You're like at least 2 grapes tall, probably more. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if I've ever actually seen what a grape stacked on top of another grape perfectly looks like, so I don't know precisely, but I'm pretty sure I am taller than that. Okay, so now we have gone and combined our layers via the magic of exporting and importing, which means that we can also now use blendy brushes, right? Ain't that fantastic? The answer is yes! It is Luli. Wonderful. So then I'm gonna do a little view 100% so I don't get too close to this. Where is it? Show me line view, viewpoint, cameras, local view. Where is it? Frame hall. That's not it. Oh, maybe because I'm in the oh wait, what? View. Well, this is good enough. I'll keep it like this. We don't want to get too deep into the zoom. I think you can fit like 3 grapes on a toothpick, and a popsicle stick is like 3 toothpicks long. Does this help? I'm not sure. I don't know what I've never seen a toothpick, and I've never seen a popsicle stick. What's a stick? 100 grapes is about 8.3 feet. It could be right. I don't know. I said like 150, so maybe I'm like 12 feet tall. You know how a little guy measures himself in apples? Sticks are pretty cool. I hope to meet them someday. Damn, you tall as hell. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Regular grapes or long grapes? Coming back into Doozy Arts. Welcome back in. All right, focus, Luli. So now we're back in here. Fantastic. So, can start bringing some of this blue down because it's a little too purpley here. Do a blend, blend, blend. Do. That works for me. And then, how to switch brushes easier. This one maybe we can use the quick menu for. Just grab our blend brush, And our hard paint brush, add to quick favorites. And then let's turn toggle off. So now we have our two brushes that we want to use here. We have our blend here, our hard brush here. Come back down, grab this shadowy color here, put in a little bit bigger. And then we can come back in and get our little black lines if we want to. And just start roughing these in too. Although I just told myself, I remember it in my brain, we can save the black lines until after we do the rest of the face, so that we actually know where we want to put all the black lines. That works for me. This one's a good. Here, do a little bit of blending here. So Q, switch over to our blender, just pull this up. And then we can go back to our pressure, make it small again. This darker color to form this like inside ring detail of the ear here. And I can grab this blue and just clean this up here. And we can always round it out. Like if we make like a weird squiggly line, we can kind of just come back in here with the inside line and just kind of make that shape rounder. And that's nice. We kind of want to round out the rest of this ear shape here too. This one's pretty good over here. I like this. I think I'll take some of this and maybe just brighten up the tip here a little bit to be like, this part's in the light, kind of. Blend that out too. Bristle blender and just And we don't want to blend every shadow. Like this is a hard shadow, it's kind of fine. Might touch it a little bit. Yeah, it's fine like that. We're gonna Q, switch back to our paint. Pull this over this used to be line. The line is not a real line anymore. And you can see I want to kind of pull this back in this way for this shape. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna pull this purple down here. I think that's good. And come back and re-solidify this shadow shape here. It's a little too heavy. Push it back. Kind of missing the form I'm trying to communicate here, I think. Let's see. Shoop. This wants to come up higher. I think this wants to cut in faster. Meow meow. Kimmy Cat Bean! Sleepy calls. Oh. I'll see, we're Outback. You got to go. You're still gonna be live in like 2 hours. I think so. I'll probably be right at the end of the stream in 2 hours, but you might catch the end of it. I'll take Lily out to town, show her sticks and grapes. It'll be lovely. If a grape were the size of the moon, would you still try to nom it? Oh yes, there's actually documented art of this. It would be a face-off. One of us would leave. The other. Two objects enter. One of us leave. We did try to crash Lily's OBS with too many grape shots. It's true. Multiple times. A lot of them were Kimmy Cat on purpose. Don't want to go to sleep. You want to watch Panda. Aw. You know how to prank grape toss, but you can't know. Good night, Kimmy Cat. Sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out. Rest well. I'll see you next time. Thanks for being here. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for everything. Take care. You might be back. Leaves to the front door. Have a nice leave. Good luck. Bye. Take care, Kimmy. I've decided against it. I want this to be soupier. It feels like maybe there's just like too much ear shape here in general. Maybe I'm trying too hard to make it thick. Maybe this does want to come down lower down here. That feels better to me. I'll take it. Oh, this is kind of high, but I like it. It's fine. Erase this stuff. Put more main back in here. Grab these shadows. That looks fine to me. I'm going to use the shadow to also sort of pull in the side of the face here. Kind of a heavy shadow shape there, though. I think I might just let it all be a little lighter here, just for clarity. Noel Jar, hello from Nicaragua. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Good to meet you. Have a nicely. I can show you the stick. Toothpick popsicle splendor. Tell me, Panda, now when did you last test a grape for size? It's the only thing I've tested. It's the only thing I know how big it is. Hello to Nicaragua. Just working on a certain panda turn pony from last night. Oh, oh. I hope you're having fun. Dum dum dum. That's looking good to me. I'm liking. Oh, awa, breadstick. Hello, breadstick. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Almost 1 a.m. here. Wow. Do you usually stay up late? These eyebrows here, they don't quite go over the horn, so I think they're actually pretty okay placed. But I kind of want to emphasize them a bit. Like that. I don't want to cut them off from the middle of the head. I'll do that, and I'll grab a little bit of this black line. Just add a little bit of detail here. I kind of do want it to overlap a bit with the head tilted back. That feels good. Cute. And I think that's kind of everything for the face. So I think I'll zoom in a little bit just so I can be a little more precise and emphasizing the face how I want it to be emphasized. Adding in some value, drawing attention where I want it. I'll solidify these glasses a little bit more. Now I can come back in and start making all the lines for all the shapes that we're painting in. I want to emphasize that like upward curve of the glasses. It's like a little bit of a cartoony thing going on. I really liked how Clip kind of bent the frames of the glasses to emphasize expressions in their reference sheet. I want to emphasize that. You're working on some CAD drawings. Nice. What kind of CAD drawings? What you designing? These are maybe getting a little thick. You must sleep. Thank you for the stream and have an excellent rest of your day. Art's looking fantastic so far. Oh, yay. Have a nice sleep, Clip Owl. I'm glad you're liking the art. Take care, and thanks for hanging out. Rest well. Just realized something horrible. Once you cross the 50k point line, you'll be a single point over it. Won't be a flat 50k points. Do I have a 1 point redeem? I don't think I do I? Curses. Don't know what to tell you. How did you end up with 1 extra point? That's confusing in and of itself. Eee. Mr. Business, you got to go. Hope you have a wonderful rest of stream. No day 5 of Clip Owl art? I think this is going to be it for Clip Owl's art. At the end of today, I think it's going to be wrapped up. Have a nice rest of your day, Mr. Business. Good luck. Rest well when you do, and I'll see you next time. I grabbed it not black color by mistake. It's fine. It's my favorite part. Just remembered the question came up in my favorite part of the commission process. I really don't know how to say that. Like it always feels like it's just one effort, but at the same time, like obviously sometimes there's like an idea being formed and like kind of compositional stuff. I guess you could say rendering, but a lot of it sort of groups together for me, the drawing and the rendering. So I guess it's just between like composition idea and drawing. I like them all. I think, I don't know, magic can happen at any step of the process that makes me fall in love with it. I don't think I can pick a favorite. And I think the reason it's kind of like that is because I've sort of like systematically excised the parts of. Oh, the light colors up here under the eyelid too. I just realized that. Systematically just like removed any part of the process that I didn't enjoy from my art style, which has just left me with all the things I love to do in art. So I've cheated. My art process is designed, and my whole art process is designed to be my favorite part of the art process. You found a loophole. I did. Yay. Oh. Your approach is to find ways about a given project to allow you to enjoy putting little challenges and ideas into the work and give you something to chew on. And I love that. Oftentimes I don't have that foresight because I'm just like excited about something when I hear about it and I just like act on that immediately, which in some cases is kind of like you could say it's not a great thing because then I don't like have an initial process of like planning and iteration and stuff that leads me to um like I guess choosing from a bunch of ideas or something. On the other hand, I'm just kind of like following whatever thread feels fun and always feels like it's leading me to a nice thing. Sometimes a project isn't inherently exciting, but you find ways to make it exciting for you. Yeah, exactly. I think that always ends up bringing out the best in your art too. When the artist enjoys themselves, I think it's evident. Okay. I think I'm getting a little too zoomed in here, so I just want to make sure I finish up the face details, and then we can zoom back out. Just to make sure we don't get a little too wrapped up in what's right in front of us. I'll zoom out to like this level. It's good. I can clean up the colors here. Keep adding the inks to these other parts of the face. Make my brush smaller. Programming is fun because you can gradually build towards a goal. In some cases, if you don't make notes on what everything does, you may end up with a moment you don't know what something does. Yeah, I've been really enjoying programming because of that. I feel like it's like a lovely adventure of really getting to know a system and then building on top of it. And a lot of fun. Document everything as a courtesy for other programmers, which includes yourself 12 months in the future. I have not been very good at that in my programming ventures. I hope to get better. I think I ended up not really liking this white brighter patch up here, so we're just gonna take this down to this color. I hope to get better at that, but I'm not bad. I think I actually have like way too many comments. I kind of need to go back through and clean up 1 week in the future tomorrow. And go back and clean up all the junk that I've sort of abandoned midway through making it. In the process of thinking of a better solution. now that I like have the solutions, I really do just have to go clean it up, don't I? You don't have to comment everything, and normally it's odd stuff. The things you should not do that will break stuff. I've recently been just like, because I'm still so goddamn new with it, I like to learn syntax and shit. I feel like it's good just to point myself at all the things that I do. Just so in the future, if I want to write something similar to a different thing, I can be like, this is where I did this part, so I can remember this. So I can go reference that in the future and then do it. I'm still not really knowledgeable enough at it to like remember how I write all my shit. If you make code self-documenting, you really need comments mainly for the unusual stuff, for the okay, but why did I do it this way? I think I need to read more on like, or find more, learn more about like the standards of how people program. I was about to, is that a thing? I'm just guessing. No, I've looked at none of that. Like, I know there must be standards somewhere out there. And I'm getting to the point where as I'm doing stuff, it's like, there's probably, I bet smart people have established ways of doing this, and I'm just making a mockery of it. I need to be careful with this. What is my goal right now? I want to get rid of all these excess black lines, clean this silhouette up a little bit. That's all fine, that's all good. It's just back here that the lines are getting heavy. We'll do that, and then we'll pull some of this down. Clean this up. Usually revolving around what to name stuff and how to name it. I see. C# is honestly an excellent way to learn good coding practices. It's a very good and readable standard, and it's even implemented in code editors. I have noticed that. Even then, there's some things I've picked up, like classes. You name in all up in uppercase from the first one, and then method you start with the lowercase, and then do camel casing. Learn that you do the underscore for private variables inside of methods and stuff like that. I'm learning, but slowly. Private variables not on Twitch missing. Oh my god, I'm understanding programming humor now. I mean, it's not that that was particularly programming filled, but I can relate to it. You can learn and do literally anything. With enough time, I suppose. Don't give me too much credit, though. I've been talking all this programming stuff, and then where's the Unity update, Luli? It still hasn't happened. We're getting there, though, he says emphatically. Certain that in the next couple days I'll be ready. If only I didn't have to do taxes, curses! I'd have so much time to work on the Unity stuff right now. Sounds like you have a really good grasp on coding standards. I don't know, I haven't really interpollinated much, so my assumptions of coding standards are sort of based on just like honestly, my experience with file naming conventions working in my studio, my animation studio, not my animation studio, the animation studio that I worked at. I've just been trying to like pay attention to how things are named when I see stuff and be like, oh, I guess that's how we name this. I'm doing my best. This is good. A little bit more shadow here, I think. Oh, true. And then we have to go down here and do the shirt. So the shirt will be over top fluff. Come in here and draw this fluff. I'm a little too precious with this, I notice. Going a little slow, but I'll draw with some bigger brushes just to better define like the overall shapes of the mane. Looks all right. Have you seen the different programming languages that are more for amusement or to challenge the mind? No. I think I fear looking at them because maybe what I think I know about C# will just evaporate. It's just like how I love languages, but like I think I mentioned before, but like Spanish and Japanese sounds are so similar in my brain that if I think about Spanish as I'm learning Japanese, I am just like I can feel the certainty in my Japanese evaporate and get mixed up with Spanish words. They're so dumb, but it's true. Thank you for the hydrate. There's one called brain fog. You can imagine what this is. I think that's hilarious because, like, as far as speaking languages go, oh, you gotta get ready for bed. Have a great stream. Thank you, Zeno. Take care. The same as Spanish and Japanese. Yeah. I think it's funny because speaking languages, we have like the languages that people make so that as many people as possible could understand them. I love that in coding world they have made a language called brain fuck. It's really funny to me. I feel you so hard, Lulu. You're learning German, Japanese, Spanish, and teensy bit of Hebrew at home. At the same time, you just doubt your abilities if you confuse them. Yeah. So we're going to speak via Bluetooth modules in raw programming code. What? I don't even know what that. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what raw programming code is. How raw? Unprotected programming code. Nice. I'm liking all these shapes that are developed. So now we can just go back into like all these light areas and go do. Just cut in some big shapes, some smaller shapes, and these fluffies. Put in some little extra little floofs. I don't know where this. Oh, this is just the dark color. Okay, that's fine. been so long since I painted stuff. Ah, I need to like be with this. I was talking about like coding stuff and I was really focusing on what was in front of me, but this is really fun to think about. Ah, delicious. I'm having funny thoughts in my brain because I haven't painted in a while. And I have some like super cool fucking painters who orbit like Max and like Clips painting's really good too. And like a lot of people do art here. And I don't think painting is like my strongest skill set. So for a second I was like, is my painting going to be an enjoyable thing for Clip because Clip also paints? And then I just had this overwhelm like I'm so proud of my fucking feelings. I don't know. I was just like I don't know, lol. It's basically the internal discourse that I had with whatever was asking that question because I was just having fun. Which feels so silly, but here we are. I just get to make fun little patterns of color and shadow. So cool. You just get to do that. I can just do that. That's art. Oh my god, y'all. I think I might really like art. Would you Google Images a picture of brainfuck? It's hilarious. Hilarious how? I don't know if that's fetish material or coding material. I can Google it later. Okay, no los dos. Fair enough. Ah. Mm. I was sitting here sincerely wondering if it'd be possible to write like C# code that would make me think that damn, that's sexy C# code. And I think the answer is actually yes. I feel like you could tell a compelling pornographic narrative via cleverly created C# code that as you read it would unravel into a beautiful portrait of a fetish that someone might just jerk off to. Brainfuck language is safe for work. The name is about as impossible as it is to figure out. I definitely need to check it out sometime. I can dip my toe in. Explicit programming, open source so everyone could read. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Let's more of this dark shape in here. Don't need a whole lot of this like really dark color, but a little bit helps in really nice ways. I just had the thought, am I making this dragon too fluffy? First of all, it's not a dragon, it's a lizard. Am I making this lizard too fluffy? And my brain was just like, don't you dare think that thought. Don't follow that idea as the thought of a heretic. Alzafloof. You fear brainfuck encode would be compiled to either nuclear bomb schematics or skull-related continuation. No in between. Another programming language is Friendship is Magic++, which is Friendship is Magic, and somewhat reads like a letter. Aww! That's so cute. I get it. Does every code start with Dear Princess Celestia? That would make me really happy. It does start with Dear Princess Celestia. I love that. That's so good. Fantastic. So fun. I'm spending so much time just rendering the floof on the main. I have so much other part of this piece to do. How are you supposed to not render fluff for 1,000,000 hours? Hydrate. I will, thank you. Dune, hi! How am I supposed to not just render fluff for like 6 hours? Welcome in, Dune. How you doing? Good to see you. As always. Farmer Jack, Lily, do you have your artwork online anywhere that's not Discord? Not really. I mean, I guess Blue Sky, but not all of it's up there. I can't believe I'm not your favorite streamer. No, I'm sorry. You're my favorite. I made a blunder last night, and I I wanted to make sure that I had suggested streamers set. And so I went through and tried to set a bunch of people as suggested streamer, but I didn't realize it was the favorite streamer, which I didn't realize is like a collab permission tunnel thing. And it's not that I don't want to collab or do, but there are a handful of people that I made favorites, realized my mistake, and immediately unfavorited them. So I'm sorry for anyone who might have received that. Because it turns out I had my suggested streamer set already, kinda. I would need to work on it more. I'm so bad at so many aspects of managing the stream page. I'm sorry. So if there's any confusion for random notifications from Luli last night, I'm sorry. Even unfavorited. Well, I didn't because it's I just haven't really like thought about collaboration stuff, so I like panicked when I realized what it was. And it's like I really still haven't thought about collaboration stuff, so like I don't want it to be like unintentional if I favorite someone. I don't want to send weird mixed signals. I don't know. I feel stupid. I feel kind of embarrassed about it, but I hope everyone understands. He's just saying that. He doesn't have a real knife. Just has a kitchen knife. I don't think it works over long distances. She could kill me. That is possible. I don't think she would. I'm sorry, I just shot you with a missile, dude. That's great. That means when you do kill me, it'll be painless. Thank you for your consideration. Really is good. That's okay. Keep a 16-ounce hammer under your bed. Whoa. How many grapes is 16 ounces? Lily's good. I am. I talked a lot. An art's happening now. You keep a crowbar in case of headcrabs near your bed. Nice. What weapon does Luli use? I have um thinking. You can easily whack someone with your 15-pound computer. Easily? That's pretty impressive if easily, because I mean computers are kind of unwieldy. They're not exactly like proper tools of killing. I can show your knife on stream. Ooh. This is not what I was expecting. Hey, I'll look at Rial's knife. Look at that cool knife from Real Time, our wonderful moderator. Ooh. That's a cool sketch, Rial. I like that silhouette. Moody. Pretty. Lovely cloak. Lovely stance. My screen brightens up. I look at it from my own and I see this. It's a cool knife. This is me continuing to encourage Real Time to do art because it's fucking sick as hell. She just doesn't like sharing very much, but she draws lovely stuff. And lately, Luli's been happy because Rial's been drawing more art. And no pressure. I love you regardless, but this is so cool. It's fucking awesome. Rial, very good artist, is true. Rial's aesthetic senses are very, very good, in my opinion. Good is judgment. I like them. I like Rial art. What can I say? It's true. I almost. Oh, I'm so close to wanting to make this like a, mo a moment of me learning how to understand Rial. I don't know if Rial would appreciate that, so I don't say that. But it's true. She only draws when she's happy. She told me it's a storyboard sketch for a manga. I believe it. I know, right? How's everyone else around doing? Hope y'all are cozy out there. What is the gay cocoa? And why can't I have some? Alternatively, can I steal some? Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Red 8,000 hi, welcome in. That's why the cocoa is empty. You're under 6 layers of blankets as we speak. Hooray, cozy. Cozy. It's your cocoa, and you can have as much as you like, given you give me the time to make it. Oh, oh. I would like all of the cocoa. Is this valid? 4 different variations of Brock's. Cool. Love me some modular robots. Speaking of chocolate, you've been keeping some small chocolate bars at your locker at work so you can have a little bit of extra on your breaks. Yes. Oh, that's nice. A nice way to make work a little better. Chocolate is always a good addition. Even just 3, one beveled, one not beveled, and one ed ronde. Hydrate, thank you. So hydrated. I can't believe it's already been 10 minutes since the last hydrate. I don't know how to read this emote, but it's funny. Funny response to I can't believe it's been 10 minutes since last hydrate. Beef ramen, beef short rib to compliment it. Yum. I'm gonna start figuring out this shirt down here now. Holy shit. You can Angel, you're not sick anymore. You can make hot chocolate again. That's the best realization you've had all week. Yay! And buttery mashed potatoes if you want to bite. Nice! I would love to, but after the stream probably. Dot Sky, you're here to wow, wow. This is bad news. Wait, what? Lily can't. Oh. Oh my god. I just had flashbacks to something. I said flashbacks to some video game with like these little dancing dunes. Spooky month? Is February spooky month? How spooky is your February? I can't believe this. I'm so confused. But I'm looking at all these dancing dunes and just feeling joyful, so. Whoa. Uh-huh. Spooky month is whenever. Senor Pelo decides it is. Who is Senor Pelo? Rounded. Think of it, you just have duplicates of the not beveled armor variant. Events separate. And the events separated, but not beveled enough for the high def variant. Round freeze range going through simulation cities. Ooh. It's kind of been riding your moped around earlier. Not. Oh, that sounds lovely. Well, excuse me. that was a hiccup that came out weird. I want to ride a moped someday. Hiccup. Can inoculate me with. Sure. Hiccup. Well, it did turn into a burp. I'm not embarrassed. It was a belch that I was in the middle of just like calmly suppressing, and then a hiccup happened and it ruined my efforts. You've DM'd me context for later. I'm gonna leave. I'll check. I guess I'll check. I mean, I'm gonna look at it. Oh, it's a video. Okay, I'll check it out later. I like how these colors feel. Which I think means... Do I want to put black lines around this? I'm getting so involved with these. We do want to have black lines. Otherwise, it's going to feel out of place with the rest of the drawing. Let's get that black line. It doesn't have to be like overwhelming, but we can just kind of come in here and put some little details in. Meow. Whoa, combo breaker. Welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding. Hi, combo breaker MLP. Welcome in. How's your stream? It's good to see you. Gideon raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Only Jerry, yo. You haven't done lurking. You're making good progress. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Also, I recalled who you were via Blue Sky. I fucking love your animation stuff. I followed you when you made the I'm getting sidetracked. The fucking Totodile baguette croissant animation is adorable. Combo breaker, welcome in. You was the quick run through of 1 and 2. Nice. The room is like the exploration puzzle game, right? That's super cool. How was stream? Did you have fun? Welcome on in. And Raiders, welcome. It's so good to see y'all. In case you don't know me, Raiders, my name is Luli. I'm a 3D panda artist type creature. Love some point and click games. Hell yes, they're so fun. Wow. I've only played the room 1. I want to play the second one. I haven't played it yet. My name is Luli. I'm a 3D art type panda creature. I made my model. I have face tracking. I made that too. And also full body tracking. We're doing art in Blender. Right now we're doing some painting, which you can do in Blender apparently, which we're just learning, but we're having fun. We're kind of just like maybe going a little overboard. The rest of this is gonna be more simple. I just got lost in the fluff sauce for a bit there. Yeah, we're gonna finish this up this stream. The puzzle game you thought was the game of the movie by Tommy Wiseau. Oh my god, I'm thinking about like a FMV video game of The Room by Tommy Wiseau. Welcome in, everyone. If you need to raid and run, if you need to take care of yourself, please do. Otherwise, welcome on it. Welcome to the Cozy Panda stream. I hope you're having a nice night out there. And shout out to Combo Breaker for being the lovely person that hangs out here around the stream and plays cool video games. Like The Room? What other kind of games do you play normally, Combo Breaker? Oh, hi, Mark. You recently came back to watercolor again. Man, different paper. Nice. Nice. Room 2 and Room 3 are good. Room 4 is a port of old sins as much better played on mobile. There's a VR sequel? I had no idea. Ah, I should play VR The Room sometime. Sounds like that'd be a lot of fun. Those games are so just like engaging. Little puzzle box of fun. What other point and click games do you like? You play so many games, everything except sports games at this point. That's kind of how I am too. I don't even know if I have anything against sports games. I just haven't really gotten into one before. Unless Mario Tennis counts. I love Mario Tennis. I may have made Clip Owl's character a little too floofy. No regrets. No regrets. Have you ever heard of Submachine? That's here's the peak of point and click. I don't think I have. Ah, that sounds kind of familiar, but I can't picture it, you know? Maybe I should check it out sometime. The one I played most recently, point and click game, was... Oh, what was it called? Real, if you happen to be listening, what was the name of the robot? The Robot World point and click game. It's kind of like post-apocalyptic robot survival. Super cool. Lovely world. Submachine, though. There's 12 Submachine games, 0 to 10 plus FLF. One non-game lore exploration experience that doesn't really matter. The Robot World. Yeah! Oh, what's it called? I feel like you'd like it, Brox. Bedtime. See you next time. Good night, Amity and Lumity. Rest well. Sleep tight. I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, what was it called? It's got a really cool name. Snapped the ship of two characters in Owl House. Oh, nice. That's another show I need to see at some point. it called? I'm about ready to open Steam and go look for it. But I'm so certain I can remember it. I keep wanting to say like automata, but that's not what it is. But it's got some kind of like a little bit esoteric name. What is it? You said a new personal best for solitaire today. 51 seconds. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever beaten solitaire in less than like half an hour. That's sick. Let's see here. Single player adventure. Surely I can find it. Hmm. Indie? I can't find it. Curses. That's sad. Music sounds like KK Slider covering Phil Collins. What is it? This is sort of playlist on SoundCloud. It's called Simon Moore Van Life. Van Life. Okay. Okay. We give a lot of care and attention to the head there. Make it look all floofy and nice. Well, I mean, let's be real. We're probably taking this to the end of the stream, right? We're not just going to start a new illustration, do it for like 30 seconds. You played the room one. I did a long time ago on the iPhone, I think. Like way back when. Technically on my brother's iPhone, I think. You notice the music box puzzle in the last chapter uses the same jingle from the Call of Duty Zombies gun box. No. I've never played Call of Duty Zombies. I've never played the Zombies. That's really funny. I love that I know that now. I'm gonna come back in here and kind of clean up like this shirt transition. Put some black over here for an easier place to select the line. This one might be a little too long here. Probably better this way. And bring the red back in here. Come back over here and make the stripe happen again. And stuff like the color on this shirt and stuff, it doesn't need to be perfectly placed. This needs to be enough to give you the impression that there's some different color stripes on the shirt. And that's probably good enough for me. And keep on keeping on. I don't want to make this break this line a little bit, though. It's chest floof. Good for me. It happened! Call of Duty's Doomers. What happened? A Phil... Whoa! Really? Ah, Bandage Green, you gotta go to sleep. Have a nice rest of your stream. Thank you. Take care, Bandit Dragoon. I'm sorry if I missed you heading out, but take care. Rest well, sleep tight. Ah, there you are. Thanks for hanging out. It's always good to see you. I'll see you next time. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Na, 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 na. I'll do some of that. Well, I don't think we need to worry about like cleaning up all these lines too much. So what's the next most important thing? I mean, it doesn't take too long to like clear up the shapes of the sweater here. Just make it easier to look at. All this can be in shadow. It's fine. Van life! Van life! Let's go van life. Oh, my head's running out of battery. Take this part of the shirt out here. How have you been, Lily? I've been good. What else to say, to be honest? I have a nice streams lately. I mean, but they've always kind of been nice. Learning to paint in Blender? Question mark. Doing taxes in Japan. Try to breathe and allow it to be slow because it takes me forever to read the language, but I'm able to do it, so that's pretty cool. And that's sort of been what's been eating my brain while I'm offline. But yeah, I can't complain, doing great. How about you, Joey? Continuing to be way too excited for what comes next in Unity stuff, but having to take a moment and address taxes before I keep making progress on it. Well, maybe tomorrow I can get the ball rolling, since I just kind of have to like wait for a form to process at this stage. Oh, taxes. Yeah. I think this year they won't be too involved for me, which is nice. But I just really want to make sure I'm doing it right. I'm always a little paranoid when it comes to doing taxes here, because I don't want to I don't want to do bad. I don't want to be like I don't know, like since I know I'm like a resident here, I'm kind of a guest. I don't want to give anyone a reason to get on my case about anything, so I'm trying to make sure I do everything super proper, and then I can rest easier too if I know that I took care of everything to the best of my ability, then I have to angst about residency and stuff like that. Good. Almost finished work. Nice. Heck yeah. Hang in there. Hopefully you have enough time to get through taxes without stress. I think it'll be okay. New trackers tomorrow. Now we're waiting. We're waiting for the trackers. That being said, the day that they arrive, it will be tomorrow somewhere. Will be some days tomorrow. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna paint in like the cargo pants pocket. Looks good to me. Back you, I'm hungered. Oh, be back here, hungry. Have a nice go getting food. You're lurky cause sleepy. Thank you for the lurky, Dot Sky. It's good to see you. I hope you have a nice sleepy when you sleepy. I feel like you've been very fortunate, well, unfortunate for quite a while. You haven't been making enough, but because you haven't been making enough, also not getting any notices to file any self-employment forms due to not hitting the minimum yearly income requirement. Yeah. This particular year, I think I fall under the standard deductible. So I don't think I'll actually owe any taxes, which is nice. But also means I didn't make that much money this year, so. But I mean, obviously I kind of expected that, starting a new venture, streaming of all things. But here's hoping this year. Chara, immediately I just want to say thank you again to the community, because yeah, I still need to like grow a good bit more before this is like entirely self-sustainable. That being said, I'm making more from streaming. It doesn't feel right to say I'm making more from streaming. I'm just receiving money from you. I'm receiving more money from y'all for streaming. Like in like this month and last month, as opposed to like the first few months I was streaming, like by much more, and I really appreciate that. So thank you for the support. So I'm really optimistic for the future of this being sustainable. Saying I earn money as a streamer feels so not quite right. So Rial is the breadwinner of the household. No! My savings account is the breadwinner of the household right now. Ah. Hi, Laser Kitty Draws. Valk Dirk, thank you for the grapes. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate. I mentioned it a bit before, but long story short, I saved up a whole bunch of money when I was working studio job. A whole bunch. It's vague. I made a big old nest egg because I kind of knew that it wasn't gonna last with me in TV. Zari, hi! The studio I was at, and like TV animation in general, like it was just eroding my mental health, that I just started stockpiling so that eventually I could make some leap of faith and transition careers. And it's not to say it's a leap of faith isn't quite accurate. I have a feeling like if I open up commissions, I could make more money and get more income to sustain myself for longer that way. But I'm trying to just go as far as I can into streaming until there's a reason to do that. So in the meantime, I'm building skills and building the stream and hoping that perhaps I'll be able to just do this full time as support. But if I do need to, like, I have options to keep floating. Where? Oh, whoa, Lenore the England, hi! And also everyone, sorry. Hello, wave friends. Where? Is this support? Is this lovely support? Thank you. That's how I'm choosing to interpret it. Maybe these are the paw waves of waving. You're making terrible financial decisions right now. Maybe these are the cautionary paw waves of, what are you thinking? Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Y'all have given me so much hope. I've mentioned it a little bit. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh. Thank you. Great. It started waving until people joined in. I have assigned too much meaning to this, but that's what happens. Shout out to Leto Diet also. Hey, if you don't know Leto Diet, if you like Mr. Fox from Adventure Time and self-ship boxes with Mr. Fox from Adventure Time, and also really, really cute, cartoony, lovely art. Go check out Little Diet sometime. Makes you happy. Yay! I'm glad. That's what they're there for. But yeah, I don't know. I mentioned before, like I feel pretty confident, like floating outside the studio because I know I can open up commissions and make a decent amount of money that way, if need be. And I'm really, really hoping that. Like, I don't know, and I feel confident in setting out and streaming, but at the same time, that confidence is just like personal, I don't know, like, I guess like a hunch, I guess, in some ways. But all the support that I've received from y'all so far in this, like, early, I don't know, first year of streaming, thank you for everything. Someone who quit their job with no plan last year, you can't say it's the best plan to go without too much money. I was got an intersection of lucky and planning, I guess. I'm sorry to hear just a medium, but I hope you're doing all right. You're our inspiration. So when I was doing my preparations for this, I just sort of scrambled at my job that I made pretty good money at and kept it in my mind that I was gonna just be super frugal and spend as little money as I could. And I had some very kind help from a friend at the time that helped me kind of set it up. And as well as, of course, Real and Sachi, and coming out here was part of it too. And did you hit your 4K 1.4? Oh wait, did I? I think someone may have followed. I did. Yeah, I did. No, I remember. I remember the whole thing. Yes. 1.4K followers. Let's go. You're fine now. No worries. Oh, gotcha. Okay, good. They need to get something better than what you have because you feel your brain melting every day. Yeah, it's tough. I hope they can build towards that. You quit your job and moved across the country, and your plan was nothing, so you feel it. Heck. You want to switch out from your retail job so bad, but you're too scared. Your job is awful, but nowhere is really hiring. Yeah. It's tough for job stuff, which is kind of why I felt kind of crazy when I ended up sort of like turning down the contract for the studio that got offered to me. A whole bunch of people that would love to have the job. This is a little bit like guilt Kind of, but I pushed back against it because, yeah, could have. I don't know. I'm very lucky to be able to make a decision like the one I made in a lot of different ways. But anyways, hoping the best for it. Mental health is important. Right. Like it was real bad. It's real bad. It was it was the kind of thing where it's like I was making a lot of money and every day I would go to like Target to get some cheap food or something. Grocery store. Target just happened to be next door. This is before fucking all the Target shit anyways. Um And every day I would walk past a post office there that had like a now hiring sign at minimum wage. And every time I was, even though I had this job that in my head I always feel guilty about turning down because I know there's a lot of people out there that would say it's like the dream job for them. Every time I walked past that post office with the now hiring sign, I was like, I could do it. I could just I could just join this post office. I could just work at this post office. I could just not have my fucking brain dissolving in this job that is just steals everything I love from me. So tempting so many times. Working as a courier is rough. I believe it. I'm not trying to diminish um other jobs. The specific circumstances of my TV studio job just made me yearn for like anything else. It's good to see it's doable. It's scary when the world calms down a little. You'll have to move entire continents to be with your wife. Ooh, and no plans past that. Thank you for sharing, folks. It's reassuring to see that life goes on anyways. Yeah. I moved from Tasmania. It's too warm here. Oh, is you low-key miss it. Oh. Just experienced your first false spring. False spring. The idea of seasons is borked anyways. I went to the art industry after university, but it got completely turned off from it for all the horror stories. Yeah. I I try not to talk too bad about it. I also suddenly tried in the past. I had also like just just like ragged on like university and college as a whole because of my bad experiences there. I try not to do that now because for someone it could be a good experience. Like college for a lot of people is probably a really good experience. And it's not that college was a bad experience for me, but when like especially now, like when I first went into college, right? I didn't have much experience with like life and money and stuff. So when I went into college, I didn't really have a concept of like how much money I was signing myself up for debt and like what experience I was getting in exchange for that. And in hindsight, the answer was a whole lot and not very much RE money versus what I was getting out of it. So for a long time, I was so pissy about college whenever I talked about anyone, talked about it with anyone. And I think I don't know, I hope that I might not have dissuaded some people who wanted to go. But that could have been something that actually happened. And maybe it could have been good. I don't know. There's no predicting. But I was very salty with my like cost performance of my college. But at the same time, I got connections there that led me to a job, which is so frustrating because on one hand, I didn't really learn that much. On the other hand, it got me a job. So maybe, fuck, maybe it was worth it. But I am still paying off student loans too, so shrug. You loved your experience in art school. You wouldn't recommend art school. Right, like it's so weird. It's not that I didn't like the experience, but when I look back on it, I just have this feeling like I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it, but You're paying off loans till you're dead. Yeah. Like yeah, it's such a weird situation. Like, do I regret going to college? Part of me says yes, but the other part of me is like all the people and friends and experiences I made there. Like it was really good experience, and I'm still paying off student loans. And I was supposed to be paying off student loans for 10 years, and now it's like 12 to 13 years later or something like that. And it's not a bad situation. It's in control, but it is still not my favorite part of all that. It can't be that bad. It was that bad. Mission pool is super oversaturated and people are poor as fuck right now, so they feel bad if you struggle to get clients. Right, yeah. A whole bunch of your friends, including yourself, have been struggling. Sometimes it's nothing you're doing wrong. Yeah. It's not ever really entirely in your control, unfortunately. Loans of any kind are dumb because you feel like they keep going because of interest rates. Yeah. You want the trauma bonding of waking up at AM to get to a 3 AM figure drawing, but not that. Yeah! That's like my favorite part. The trauma bonding about art learning was really good. Here's a fun memory. One time during our animation thesis class where we had to animate a whole goddamn animation across the span of a year, it was up to us, but it had to be at least 5 minutes long. Everyone crammed on it forever. Like everyone was in the lab like 24/7 working on this project because it's kind of like the only thing that matters being an animation school. I don't know, like is the student, because your prospective employers don't really care about your grades. They just want to see what you can do art-wise. We're all just like cramming on these projects, trying to make a something for our reel, and also like get our degree, because that's the other thing that might matter is, do you have the degree? And the answer is, did you finish your animation thesis? And the last day, literally the day everyone's supposed to be rendering before the deadline, the fucking fire alarm went off in our building. And so it was like 2 AM and we're all cramming, and then the fire department tells us we can't be in the lab anymore for the rest of the night. And so we're all just sitting there like, no, we're supposed to have 6 more hours. This is can't be. We were all so cheated, and like we had to beg our professors to let us have another like day to wrap up our final render shit. But it was shortly after that, we all just kind of like went on a walk and stopped in like the main middle thoroughfare of the whole campus. And we all just like collectively screamed. We just kind of like, do y'all want to scream? Yeah, all right, I'll count down. Okay, it was my friend who counted down. 3, 2, 1. And then we all just screamed at 2 AM in the very center of campus. Ah. Trauma. Trauma bonding. What you got now is a literal. I also have a paperweight diploma. It's on the top shelf of my closet. I used to use it to prop my computer up. You wouldn't be in the office at 2 AM. Hopefully, so it's a fair argument. Yeah. A few classes where you basically just paid hundreds of dollars for an A because the prof gave one assignment and never communicate. Right. Like, what the fuck? I wish if I could have stripped out all the useless shit I had to do in college, it would have cost so much less. Love being around so many queer people in art school. I had so few queer people in my class. It made me sad, to be honest. I would scream for you too, Lily. Oh, thank you. You miss the lonely nature of college? Yes! Walking across campus at night. I love that campuses feel a little bit like their own little city almost. And that you just go on a walk in this like ghost town in the middle of the night. I love that. Ironically, didn't really make any long-lasting friends there. You followed a bunch, but nothing more than mutuals. It was great being in a queer environment after you had been in a Bible Belt. Same. I'm the exact same way. I have a couple I still keep in touch with, but it's not like a daily thing at all. Remember the first lecture of your university course? You do not need this degree to work in the industry. 2/3 of you will drop out. Yeah, damn. That we had a similar course, and like it wasn't like a intro to our um. There's a particular course that was known for being like super hardcore. Because the professor was like the professor of that course was the only professor who was actively working in the film industry. Um, of all the professors in my animation course, and we only had one class with him because that's all the time he had to give. Because apart from that, he was working in the animation industry, and so he made a ridiculous curriculum that was known for just like destroying people's souls. Um, but he said like, look, this is the one chance that you have, that I have to teach you as much as possible to try and hope that you get a job in the industry, because realistically 90% of the people in this room aren't going to be receiving an animation job. And people think of that professor as like harsh, or some people do, but a lot of the people who understand the value in what he's offering know that he's just like, it's just real. Like, it sucks to hear and it sucks to think about, but I'll be starting school for art next quarter. Neato! I hope you like it. I hope it's a great experience for you. Campuses are nice, such a great liminal space. Yeah. You loved that till you had a really bad experience walking back to your dorm. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear. Your peers were so queer and very Tumblr coded. Nice. Animation classes were run by film professors with no concept to how film and animation differed. Yeah. My animation professors were like nice people, but a good lot of them never even worked in a studio once. And so that's kind of another thing that I feel like a little bit of regret for my college experiences with, is like the people I was learning animation from were not really like professionals in the industry that could, like, they were sort of just giving me like secondhand information almost. Yeah, and you can't join in the gossiping specifics because you did computer science instead. Oh. This is wild to me that we generally had the same experience despite being in different schools. Our school. I think I'm forced to say I don't regret it, because I love who I am right now, and I'd probably be a different person if I didn't have that particular experience. And I don't know, it was what it was. Oh, this black is like navy. Why is this black navy? Maybe black. There we go. I'm getting a little tunnel vision right now. So what's the next part I want to add? Clothes are looking good. I'm pretty happy with the clip. We can flesh out the tail. This other hand probably got a little bit too many lines, and then we can do the bunny after. in the hands. Probably the most important bunny to do is this one. Well, he's kind of all right though. We just got to clean up the outlines. You would absolutely not be the same person at all, and you're so glad you went, despite all the negatives. Yeah, that's kind of what I land on. So it's like, it's funny when I get into this, because it's like, it's always this spiral of like, it sucked, it sucked, it sucked, why did I do that? But yeah, I do it. Yeah, like, yeah, I had to. And I did it. It is what it is. And I love who I am now, so I don't know, maybe it was a good thing in the end. Shrug. You wish you could go to art school instead. You definitely would have picked fine arts. Ah, very cool. Yeah, the drawing class is really, really fun in my school. The campus was the entire city, and if you were a fool to walk around at night there because you would get mugged. Oh, I see. I looked home once at night and a car stopped and catcalled you, and you thought that was the end for you. Uh-huh. I see. True. I hadn't thought about how I was lucky that the campus I had was largely closed, the outside world, so that was a factor of safety. For sure. Boop. I wrote a comment. We're doing on time. Let's see here. About 40 minutes to go. It's in range. We can do this. This bunny is good. We can clean up this little silhouette here. Can add in the lines here. Do a little save. If you're working on something, be sure to save your progress. You're back with some ramen. I mean ramen. Yum. Part of you is half tempted to try to get your loans forgiven because of your school's misconduct. Lock in, you got this. I don't even know how I'd approach that. But, I mean, if you could. You'd have to go prove. You'd have to have proof. Oh, yeah. Curses. If any of those communications still exist. Oh. Mix Alley, hi. Did I say hi to Mix Alley already? Hi. I wonder what happened to your colleagues from your uni. You basically cut contact from them as time went. Yeah, there's a few that I know what they're up to, but sometimes I wonder too. I know a handful of them are working in the industry, but I kind of wonder about the ones who weren't working at the industry when all was said and done. Hope they're all right. I don't want to dissuade anyone from going to art school and having a good mindset about it. I think some really nice things can happen there. And in fairness, a lot of my like laments are like money based, and money's not everything. Perhaps I'm happier with the debt that I have and the experiences I have than I would be without debt, but without this experience. You never know, might come from it. Is your experience, certainly not mine. Make the most of it. You would love to, but you fear you're too unsmart for it. I don't know what to say to that, because Rattler seems like a pretty smart cookie to me. I think like only one person you know stayed in the industry, or new stayed in the industry. Everyone else you follow worked freelance, just worked some adjacent art-ish job like signing or printing or something. Retail like you. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's so rough. Oh, no, I don't know. I don't want, I don't want to keep spreading negativity about the industry. I only got what I got. I know I have some friends in the industry that that's the life for them. Um, As for me, I just felt disappointed that in hindsight, um, like the industry I wanted to join when I was in school for it didn't really exist by the time I graduated. And then I got my experience with the industry, which aren't all bad. I don't want to like, it wasn't like hell. Like it was just the work was hell, but the people were super cool. I couldn't have been the person I wanted to be except for at the job that I had. Like studio culture is awesome. Like art studios are where you find, or animation studios is where you find so many sick people who just like are so okay with people like me. I don't know how to say it. That was really validating. If it wasn't for the job that I got through the university that I went to, I might not have gotten the treatment for being trans that I needed, or at the very least, that made me who I am today. It's where I discovered my identity, basically. Kind of discovered it in college, but I really started exploring it more in um, once I had a job. One girl worked for Blizzard before the drama and works with mobile games freelance now, which is pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, like I don't know. Maybe I'm giving in too easy to how easy it is to be negative about stuff when you look back on it and be like, oh, I wish this could have changed or something. It's life, and it always is. There's good things about any given experience, and there's bad things about any given experience. You discovered you were trans in uni. Nice. When I went to uni, transgender wasn't really a known thing yet until towards the end. It was starting to become known. But I remember that my first understanding of my identity in college was in sophomore year, and I started to wonder if I was a transvestite. Just a guy who wore women's clothing, and that's just who I was. And I didn't really have the word transgender until I found it one day and was like, wait a second. Came out to your uni friends a few years later, and considering how transphobic the country is, the reception was quite well, to be honest. Nice. Hell yeah. Whenever you hear that word in your mind, you see a pride flag vest, and you hear transvestite. All right. Fair enough. You grew up in areas that made attack helicopter gender, so it took you a very long time to realize you were not normal. Yeah, same. I had no one to talk about it with. And I'm not trying to throw her under a bus because I mean they are actually uh non-binary at this point. But in college I remember um talking to my best friend in college about thinking I was trans and wanting to do like voice therapy and stuff, and they at the time were they sort of like had a panic and said they didn't know if they could ever see me that way. But to their credit, just saying, well, first of all, again, they are non-binary now, so that's kind of fun. But it just took a couple days, and then they were incredibly kind and supportive and made like a little transition gift basket for me, which is like, aw. um, it was really cute. I felt really touched because I knew they were a kind person, but it's just they hadn't encountered it before, you know. And before I transitioned, I was how to say? I don't know how to put it. I wasn't really masculine per se, but I was so like creature. I guess I've kind of come full circle. I'm pretty creature now, but I was like creature parentheses closer to masculine in a way that I don't think my friend had any concept of what a feminine version of me would be like. And so it just kind of and they had grown up in a an all girls Catholic school. So that was another part of their background dealing with their new best friend telling them about this. So there's a lot of things, but they rule, and they continue to be a super cool ally, and then eventually found themselves as non-binary, and I've always been a really really rad person. So remember a brief period where people were trans accepting, but only in the binary. That was weird. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's kind of depending on the community, it can still be like that. Distinctly heard someone say you can be whichever you want, but pick one of the two, and that feels so long ago. What's also like doubly weird slash interesting about that is that that can sometimes be how communities of people who are generally like against trans rights can kind of be. Sometimes in like anti-trans communities with a general anti-trans sentiment figure that if you like go all the way with transition, whatever that means in their brains, then you're not trans. You were just used to be a man and now you're a woman. There are communities of people who think that's different than being trans. So that's where understanding gets weird sometimes, and how I kind of have hope that a lot of people can like understand if they just have some exposure to it. But the problem is getting exposure to it to them while also having them have like an open mind and being willing to listen. Of course, it's usually like their child is trans and that's what actually makes them think about it or something, which is unfortunate. But I don't know. I would love to believe that there's some way to bridge communities. It's not easy though. Here's some popular figures made numbers on haha attack helicopter jokes as a part of the reason why you dislike it in here. Uh, yeah. We've certainly had our fair share of politicians and political commentators in the United States who have done very similar things, so I feel you. Meanwhile, me here be like, whole country's LGBTQI phobic. Yeah. Used to make attack helicopter jokes. Now you are attack helicopter. Self-fulfilling prophecy. The full circle. Valid as hell. That seems to be the majority of discourse on Blue Sky in the last year or so. Ooh, that's similar to how some folk don't have body dysphoria and people are like, oh, you aren't really trans then. Right, yeah. We've done it. We removed the tangent on the bunny shoulder. Now she can hold a crocheting needle in peace. I don't know, like the trans community are so freaking cozy. Yeah! I mean, I'd like to believe it's because transgender exploration stuff is always about identity, and so just you're accepting of any given person's identity. Be anyone. The one exception is you can't be someone who like stomps on other people for and makes yourself feel better because of that somehow. It's lovely. I always describe yourself as a tomboy trans girl, whatever that means. I hear you. I don't quite feel that femme, but not masc either. You have characteristics of both? Sure thing. I hear it. Genuinely queer and especially trans furry Twitch has been a blessing. Few things ever made your life so much better. Aw. Yay. That makes me feel kind of happy that I can contribute to that because I love that. Yay. Glad to have you all here. Closest thing you can call home. Aw. I do like this place. Trans friends always tell you sorry you're cis, but in a loving way. It's so amusing to you. You're the token cis. But that's rad though. Ah, you're the person we've been talking about. Like the cis person who can swim around in the queer trans pool and then step out and be like, "Yep, I'm cis." Like if you're surrounded by trans people and you can still be like, "Yeah, I'm cis though." That security in is awesome. Thank you for being that lovely version of yourself. Token cis is just a special term for unaware transgender slash S. You'll also stand in front of your trans friend and use your cis privilege to bully others. What a friend. There always has to be the one chill cis critter in trans spaces to make them feel complete. Aw. Well, that's It's like the truth, though, is that, like, I don't want trans people to, like, replace everyone in the world. I just want everyone in the world to be able to be themselves. Trans or cis or whatever. And so, like, yeah, there should be. It would make sense in the world of diversity that I hope comes about. Of course, there would just be cis people there also. Of course. Without cis people, the diversity becomes less. And that's sad. But we just want all the diversity to be represented. And you can be a potato. You can. Transhumanist, parentheses, potato flavor. Really though, there's even a term for some people. For some trans people, the one cis person hanging out with them, the grungler, that's usually mask. I learned this via the local grungler that first blessed my stream. Snow Meow. One person did misread your aromantic flag as some bigender or something flag, and they're like, congrats on your new identity. Oh. Well, it's good intention at least. It's the grungler. Can you be called the Grimace instead? You miss those Grimace shakes. What do Grimace shakes taste like? And also, yeah. You tell me to call you anything, I'll call you it. Asterisks. Unless it's like a ploy to get me to call you something that implies more than it's just what you are. It's Star Trek time. See you around, Luli, and all you critters. See you, Dune. Enjoy Star Trek time. Thank you for the hydrate. Take care. You'll be honest, you just want to live in a manga world. Make the world the manga that you want to see. Bye, Dune. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Thanks for being wonderful. You forgot what the Grimace shake tasted like, but it was delicious, and anyone who didn't like them were haters. That just motivated the heck out of me. What the fuck? I love that for you. Why can't it be a manga? Do it. Do you really wanna... Dot Sky Step again. We're broke at the moment. Aw. Aw. DDR stuff? Is that what that is? Are you broke like you don't have money? Or are you broke like you don't have leggies that dance good right now? Yule, oh, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Gosh, all those US specific promotional foods will keep tempting me forever. They have so many of those in Japan. Kikon Gente, like this special edition stuff. Like every single month, every single store has a new Kikon Gente thing. It's really lovely. And a lot of times it has to do with like produce or something that's seasonal, which is so nice. It's DDR, and yes, you don't have money for more than the basics at the moment. Oh, I see. Dang. I hope in the future, sometime soon, can get that necessary DDR money. What do you consider the basics, and what's like your dream? I tried some recent promotional and it tastes like ass. You were so disappointed, but you forget what it was. Oh, good seeing you too. Hard for you to make it here often because you stream late your time. Yeah, I know. The blessing and a curse living here. But still, nice to see you. It's good to see you when I can. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're having a nice night. Basics is like food. Oh, God. Fuck me. I was imagining like the DDR basics, and fair enough. Jesus. I hear you. Hang in there. I don't know if I can say much more than that. Oh, fair enough. I guess so. Some of the promotional stuff in Japan goes well until the living creatures were never meant to know taste like this. Like what? Oh. You were at the Ramyeon place in your mall the other month and it was so good. You might have told about it before. You got to have black bean noodles and prepare it yourself. Oh, nice. Yeah, you level your way. Way beyond the basics of DDR. Hell yes. I always wanted to learn to be good at DDR. I got like I could play things at like the kind of hard difficulty usually, but never at the hardest difficulty. Almost never. Maybe one or two songs I could ever play that hard. And I've never full cleared anything in my life. These are looking good. I think we need to clean up Trumpet Bunny next. How's time? 15 minutes. We can do this. Trying to remember the cursed Japan novelty foods, but your mind refuses to remember. You know, some fried noodles. You want to say with milk or watermelon flavor? Oh, you know what? Sometimes, yeah, you're right. Sometimes there's some very cursed fruit type things that do not need to be fruit type things, but are now. Thank you, Japan. I don't know if I can remember off the top of my head, but you just said that and it just rang some bells in my brain. This is unrelated to anything, but recently we went out to a Thai restaurant and I tried lychee juice for the first time, and I've never had lychee before. I did not know I was gonna like lychee that much. Lychee's a good fruit, y'all. I want to eat actual lychee now. But I don't know how to make that happen. But you've been learning to clean up your timing since the Marvelous window. It's very tight. You want to someday get all Marvelous on some decent levels. That's sick. That's so cool. God, that must be so satisfying to pull off. I love metal. Metal painting metal feels like such an excuse to just get wild with color and have fun with it. All the reflections and stuff. Feels so nice. Gotta try out good peach oolong tea with mango boba. Yeah. Yum. I think I've had peach oolong tea before. I like oolong a lot. Udon cha. Oh wait, no. The other way. I think before this drawing, if you asked me, do you think you'll ever paint a bunny playing a trumpet? I might have said yeah, but I wouldn't really know. I'm so happy I got the chance to. I'm so happy on this earth, in this timeline, I have received the chance to draw a little bunny playing trumpet. This is good. I'm punny. Oh, creature's so floofy. You want a skunkle? Which creature? There's a lot of creatures on screen right now. Oh, too eepy to go out. Maybe after a nap. Oh, ooh, takoyaki. Yum yum. I mean, keeping all within the perfect window was already quite the satisfying thing. The marvelous window is quite the despair by comparison. Oh god. But that's like once you get it, it's oh my god. It's once you get it, it's yours. All the creatures. Oh. You ever think you'll draw a bunny playing the trumpet? Well, now I am. It's true. Hi, Rat. Looks so good. Oh, thank you. So many tasty words. Oh. I don't know if you're talking about the drawing or the food that we're describing. Your eyes are typing error. Put up a picture of it in the channel. I'm no more clear. Give me your neba neba. Oh, you can have all mine. That's for sure. I don't know. I need to try. I should give a try to natto again sometime soon. And I know I don't like raw squid though. Yeah, you can have my neba neba. You can have my raw squid. My squid sashimi. Picture of the peach oolong tea. Oh! Gotcha! I thought it was like a command. Yum. Tasty looking. My favorite, my go-to boba is like a hazelnut milk tea usually, I think. And I think the tea I usually get with my hazelnut milk tea is oolong cha. I accidentally ordered eel once thinking it was beef. Wasn't a fan. Whoa! Oh, I really like eel. Or at least unagi. I don't know what kind of eel it was. It's very melty. It's yummy. to me. It's super tender. Speaking of getting that all perfect, last time you did, you screamed yes so hard you got all eyes of the arcade on you. If anyone has a right to scream yes in the middle of an arcade, it's a DDR player who got a perfect score. You post that score on Discord, you know where to. You could if you want to. You could just put it on either, I don't know, IRL photo or just in general chat. Maybe put sound warning if the scream is loud. Also, first name reveal in that picture. I do not know those arrangements of letters. I only know Brock's Basher. Anyone would probably love raw squid. That's as chewy as it looks. It is. If I tried to describe it in a positive way, I don't. Let me try. Raw squid has a very lasting chewiness that you can spend just minutes at a time per bite chomping. And not only does it feel like the material in the food in your mouth is uh eternally chewy, it also spawns additional delicious frothy squid flavored slimy milk in your mouth as you eat it as a bonus. So somehow it feels like you have more of a mouthful the more you chew. Most foods, when you chew on it, you're like, my food is getting smaller. Raw squid you chew on, and you're like, why is my mouth full of squid foam? And then you go to try and swallow it, and you kind of have to convince your body that all of this is okay to swallow. Your body gives you a very tactile pop-up window. Are you sure you want to swallow this thing? And usually it takes me 4 or 5 clicks of that button to actually get it down. You've always wanted to feel liquids juicing in your mouth. No, not juicing, frothing. But yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, you can't say it that way. Sold. Might have to wait with. Sorry, I was trying to make it sound really delicious for Raleigh. Failing to make it sound good. Let me give you, as a palate cleanser, fresh fried squid is so tender and so warm and so mild, delicious flavor and so lacking in froth. So delicious. It's like the moisture in the squid counteracts the dryness that can come from frying a food sometimes and makes a beautiful, crisp, refreshing bite of a delicious fried piece of meat from the sea that just tastes like the hint of salt seasoning in a tender chicken-esque ring. Brain's still in dirty mode. This doesn't change anything. Yep. Does the anti-horny bonk work on robots? I don't actually know. The anti-horny taser will reboot. Oh no. Don't get the tools mixed up. Use the right anti-horny tool for the right species. Rice cooker decided to cook itself today. Oh no. I'm sorry, that sucks. Software bonk. Squid is a bunch of ink and tentacles. No, those are the only parts that you don't eat. Well, I mean, maybe you eat them. But here in Japan, mostly when you eat squid, you're just eating the mantle of the creature. I don't know if they sell... I don't think I've ever seen squid tentacles for sale for food. I'm recommend a bit of scrambled egg in your noodles. Oh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, this is most of the bunnies fleshed out a bit at least. And the last bunny we have is the boxing bunny. Might want to do, I'm gonna do a little bit of lines here. How are we doing on time? We're past 4 versus. Okay, well it's okay, we're almost there. We're gonna finish this up. We'll get there. And do a little bit of lines for the trumpet bunny. Ah! Maybe the grapes have sold rat. Oh. Oh wow. Now I just need to do Punchy Bunny. And I think it's probably gonna be pretty simple. We'll just keep the feeling here. Random thing. You'd love to learn Japanese, but it's so damn hard. You mean you've been trying to learn Korean yourself? Presumably easier, but your brain is still like, yeah, nah. Yeah. Yeah. I remember seeing a thingy that, like, according to the CIA training manuals for learning languages, that Japanese was literally like the polar opposite language from English. And Korean, I do think it's easier, but I still think it was pretty different because I think it uses very similar to Japanese grammar, which is tough because it's kind of backwards from what English speakers are used to expecting, if I remember correctly. I think Korean grammar is like Japan's grammar. Hydrate, thank you. E. By the way, I'm dark soy sauce made with squid ink. You've heard there's also a difference between Japanese and Chinese dark soy sauces. I don't know, maybe. I thought that soy sauce darkness was just based on, I don't know, like the fermentation or roasting process or something. Kind of like coffee, like there's dark roast coffee and light roast. Because soy sauce is made with like fermented soybeans, as I understand it. I don't know about squid ink. You saw Raleigh use a T in their sentence for contention in another stream. I find it. How do I say? Because ostensibly the Yinglets are like sitting at the computer and typing, right? Thanks to Sorry Underpaw, I get to happily go ee. Because I just imagine Yinglets are like they're typing on the computer, kind of, right? Maybe not. Maybe you're just sitting here chatting. That's valid too. You can exist in this space how you want to. But so I feel like whenever I see Yinglets typing with th or dh or zh, it's just like a Yinglet expressing their own love for their own speech patterns, which is endearing. But like at any point, I feel like a Yinglet could push the T key, the th key on their keyboard if they really wanted to. Jajangmyeon. Ooh. Found them on sale once and has been addicted ever since. I've never heard of that. That sounds yummy. I made it the fuck up. True, true, true. I don't have proof. Yinglet's typing on keyboard versus Yinglet's using speech recognition. Oh, true. Oh, that's also very cute. Could be. Yeah, it's spicy carbonara, instant ramyeon once. Ooh, want that again. That sounds lovely. I feel basic as hell because I live in Japan. I have nice Japanese ramen restaurants around. I have really nice Chinese restaurants around, Chinese ramen restaurants around. My favorite ramen a lot of the times is just corn ramen, which is just like Chinese ramen base with corn. So yummy. Just go Z8 unintentionally now, also, because no one can stop you. Yeah. You're free to attempt to type any words any way that you want to. I will embrace it immediately. I may not always understand it, but I'll try my best. And if I don't understand it, I'll still probably act like I did. Honestly, though, you try not to do it in public spaces, but sometimes it still comes on randomly. Oh, I mean, you can get more basic. You can just eat Nissin cup noodles. That's fair. At least it's, at least it's homemade ramen, ostensibly, probably. Well, now you got me thinking. Oh shit! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I mean, it's animation. This is how I feel when you follow me. Wow. Welcome on in. There's this. I don't think it's Nissin. I don't remember what brand it is, but there's this particular cup ramen that's like chili tomato ramen that's so good. It's so good. I don't know where to go with that. I would eat it so much if it wasn't just not good for me. Can always be you and be having so many options for food and such, and you ended up just to go to the nearest McDonald's to get a Big Mac because you feel so overwhelmed. That's valid as hell. That's like decision making takes an annoying amount of energy for me. And it's kind of frustrating because like there's tons of food that I like to eat, but if I sit here and think about what food I want to eat, then I'll end up sitting here for like 2 hours thinking about what food I want. And that'll take me like, if I want to cook it, heaven help me, it's going to take me 2 hours to make it. So a lot of time I just eat the same things over and over again just to take the decision away because unfortunately that's the kind of brain that I have is the kind that if I don't have like a routine, I will spend a long time deciding on something. Um, yeah. I don't know if that's the same kind of thing that your brain is, but what I'm trying to say is it's valid. Like, it's good to get yourself some good food, but also it's understandable if it takes you if you're overwhelmed, if for whatever reason it takes you extra energy to figure out food, like You make the value judgment, you know, is your time and effort to decide what food you get more important than the time whatever else you would do with the time to do it with, you know? I don't know if that made any sense. I said you know as if it made perfect sense. I just feel like I said it very badly. ADHD and chronic depression is just not a great combo. Yeah, that's mm, seek a doctor for prescription-based advice. I'm not trying to like advocate for any given prescription or anything, but I can also be prone to depression when I'm unmedicated. And that was one of the, like the happiest side effects of ADHD medication for me is very thankfully it helps me focus like it says on the bottle, and also it has helped me a lot with depressive symptoms. Um, that's a very convenient and happy thing for me. I do not know if you might. No, I'm not trying. I don't like the idea of like personally recommending medication or anything, but just to say I relate. I know how the ADHD and depression goes. It's fucking brutal. Um, yeah. Trying to get, trying all you can to get through. Yeah. Oh, all you can do is your best, anyways. Indeed. Wish the medicine here wasn't stuck in 70s. Hmm. It's ADHD medication around the world is so weird. It's so frustrating. We still don't have the neurodiversity spectrum as an official study. I see. I'm lucky that I do have medication, so I don't want to be ungrateful. And also, there's a weird frustration that happens, which is Japan, if I remember correctly, is the leading manufacturer of a really effective medication that was available in United States when I lived there. Um, which is, oh, what is it called? I forget. I think it starts with a Z. I don't remember. But anyways, like Japan makes it, but they don't give it, they don't prescribe it to people here in Japan. So we're using a different medication, which is a good medication, and I'm happy I have it, but it's just confusing that I'd really like to try the other medication, but I can't complain. I have something that helps. Yeah, no worries, Don. Yeah, no slipping. It's all good. Thank you for the follow. This is an animation I made. Let's talk to when you follow me. Ah, welcome in. To really learn how to meal prep, not gonna lie. That helps me a lot. When I do cook and when I can do okay, most of the time it's like I make a big old pot of soup at the start of the week that lasts me like 6 days. Or I make a whole bunch of roasted veggies and rice and it lasts me like 6 days or whatever. Um, and then I don't have to think and I can still have good food. Healthy food. Sometimes good food. Noxious Core has an ADHD, however, you find that your solution to making food is just always having a bunch of fruit and veg in the fridge. Yeah, like I love like raw food. I love raw food so much. Fruit and veggies and just bread, like good bread. Nuts and dried fruit, right? I've mentioned before, but that's like my favorite food ever. If I can subsist on one thing, nuts and dried fruit, I just get big old handfuls and delicious. Should really start getting ready for bed. Me too, probably. I should wind down, but I'm gonna, okay, let me take the black lines over to this bunny, and then I think we'll officially call this finished. I'm getting distracted again. Only 16 minutes over our normally stopping time. Timothy, you like bread too? Hell yes. Bread rules. Good to see you, Timothy. Welcome in. So I didn't turn and say hi to you or anything. I'm trying to focus on getting this all wrapped up. We're close. To have Taco Bell and chili for the rest of your life, you'd be happy. Hell yes. Nuts and dried fruits are so good. Trail mix it up. Yes. Oh my god, trail mix. Like my breakfasts are oatmeal with peanut butter, which again, it's pretty easy. You pull the oatmeal into a bowl, microwave it, and then mix it in your. I use powdered peanut butter and and almond milk, and then I also have yogurt and granola and berries. So like the extent of my food prep for the mornings is just microwave some oats and then put in some peanut butter and put some berries and granola into some yogurt, and it rules. I love all of it. It's delicious. I put raisins in the peanut butter oatmeal too, and that kicks so much ass. And sometimes I feel embarrassed because, like, goddamn, my meals are so simple and unflashy, but I love them, and I can make them without my brain shutting down, so it rules. Girl dinner! Cereals are goated. Cereals are awesome. Frozen veggies and bread. Yeah! Yeah! Like, I feel like sometimes people give frozen veggies shit because they're not fresh veggies or whatever. But guess what? Frozen veggies are better than no veggies. If you can make frozen veggies to get veggies, get the veggies. If fresh veggies are hard to prepare, cooked veggies are hard to prepare, then you're not going to do it if you're like me, and then you won't eat veggies anyways. You'll buy veggies you intend to cook and then just have them sit in the fridge and be sad, unless you can eat them raw like carrots and stuff. Aren't all frozen veggies and fruit frozen at peak freshness anyways? Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. I love frozen peas. I love frozen peas. I love frozen corn. I love frozen spinach. In cases frozen is more nutritious because they're flash frozen peak ripeness. Holy shit, well there you go. I don't have any research on that, but I believe you. A literal lunch for breakfast because low effort microwaving. Like another thing I do, which I think maybe some people would not find good, but that I love is just in a pan, just put like frozen corn, frozen peas, frozen spinach, frozen fucking like or like chop an onion if you want to, but they also make frozen diced onion. I can chop an onion. I like chopping onion for whatever reason. It's because I really like fresh onion, fresh cooked onion. Anyways, put all that into a pan until it's either all thawed and or cooked, and then just crack some eggs into it and stir it up and then eat that because it's just like a little omelet. Because omelets are just scrambled eggs that look nice. Change my mind. So just scramble a whole bunch of eggs with veggies in it, and then that's a yummy meal. Just really enjoy the tears, like the tears that come with cutting an onion. You know, I never really experienced that, to be honest. Not that I can think of. But kind of, yeah, maybe. A lot of fruits just turn to mush if they get frozen, but that makes them good smoothie material. Dang, I'm jealous. All. Also, like recently for the berries and the yogurt, I'd buy just like a bag of frozen blueberries or whatever is cheapest, frozen berries, in bulk. And then just bit by bit, like overnight, I'll pour out like 3 servings of berries from my yogurt and put it in the fridge and let it thaw, and then put it in my yogurt. Because like I hear you on fresh berries. Oh, neato. Nice tip. Fresh berries, I fucking love to eat. I'm not suggesting eating thawed blueberries is a delicious experience on its own, but when you put it into yogurt, there's no difference. It's just yogurt. It's yogurt and berries. Like if you're eating like a fresh blueberry, I get it, buy fresh. But like you can save like I've been saving a whole bunch of money on blueberries via buying a whole bunch frozen and just let them thaw and put them into my yogurt. Also, Luli, not gonna lie, when you first hear on your stream, your bio said you live in Japan, so you actually did think you were Japanese. You just enjoyed how smooth your voice was and stuck around for the vibes. Oh, yay! I mean, I haven't really been doing much to prioritize it, but in the future, I do kind of hope this becomes more of a fluidly bilingual kind of stream. I have priorities before incorporating more Japanese. Like, I need to get the basic functionalities of the stream up and running. And then, like, who knows if that ever actually becomes part of it. But yeah, I like it. I like that I live in Japan. I like Japanese, and if that becomes more of a part of the stream, I'd be happy. But for now, it's just not quite the priority, I guess. What am I doing? I'm in eraser mode? There we go. Yeah. You put frozen blueberries in jars and put them in a fridge to use over the few days. Instant blueberries for breakfast. Yeah, I was just saying, that's saying right now, same page. It's perfect. Only Jerry, thank you for the hydrate. Also, hi. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. You love when you're speaking Japanese. Sometimes you're even able to make words you're saying. Oh. I really like speaking Japanese. Came back to say periodically do a stretch. Thank you. I will. I'm just wrapping this up, so I'm tempted just to charge to the finish line, but I'll do one stretch here, and then we'll finish it. You're mixed Asian America in Taiwan. You related to what you said on Japan. Would like to learn Japanese. Ah, nice. Very cool. I'm quarter Japanese, and I live here in Japan, and I'd made big pushes to learn Japanese in the past. I wouldn't say I'm fluent. I can sometimes be conversational. But I do want to study more in the future when I have more time. Hello from Southeast Asia. Hello, Bunny Snap. It's great to meet you. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Thank you for the follow too. That's awesome. How long have you lived in Taiwan? Or were you born there? Luli-san no geijutsu wa muteki da. Oh. I'm gonna add in like another in between of this hand pulling back, and then we'll be done, I think. I wasn't really trying to turn this into animation, but it's kind of happening. Just kind of. Awesome to see another multiracial person. You've been here a year, but you visited when you were younger, born in the US. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. I've been living in Japan for about 2 years now. No, 2.5-ish. Lily, can you go to the store and buy you milk? Yeah, absolutely. I need to get more granola too, so I'll do that after stream. So yeah, I've been living here for about 2.5 years. My Japanese is at N2 level. I passed the N2 exam, but by the skin of my teeth, so like a bad N2 level. I don't know if you're familiar with JLPT. Probably not. You have no reason to be, but but basically, I speak like a like a poorly educated second grader, maybe. Except a poorly educated second grader has way more socialization than I do, so yeah. But I love it. I love speaking Japanese. I want to speak more. Page 1 of N5 already scared me. Oh. Let's take this away. I need to find a way to break this shape up to get what I want better. That's good. Choo choo choo. Do that. There we go. Shoo. I don't really know if that reads as a bunny punch, but I like it. I think we're done for reals. Your Mandarin vocab's good and bad at the same time. Depends on the topic. How do you learn Japanese? There's 2 programs I recommend specifically for English speakers, unfortunately. So not really available to everyone, but one is Wanikani for kanji, and the other is Bunpro for grammar. Wanikani is kanji vocabulary, Bunpro is for grammar and like reproduction. They both take subscriptions, or you can buy life memberships for like, I don't know, it's probably like around $100 each, which is kind of expensive up front, but they are both phenomenal Japanese resources. Please sign up using my Bunpro referral code. Oh yeah, you can do that as well. Why don't I give people my Bunpro? Why don't I'm literally referring people? Why don't I give people my referral codes to these things? Oh my god, I'm a fool. Would you say it's be correct to say you're speaking Japanese as good as I do in English? I have to imagine you speak better English than I speak Japanese, Rallery. I have to imagine you speak better English than I speak Japanese. Because you want to give people my referral code. Oh my god. You can delete and pretend you forgot. No, it's fine. But those are really, really good. If you know Mandarin, then maybe kanji is already kind of easy for you. Maybe. I don't want to assume. But of course, Japanese, Chinese kanjis have their differences. So it's still kind of useful because you can learn Japanese pronunciation of the of the kanji via Wanikani, how they use it. And also, oh wait, okay, I have a few more lines I need to put in here. But Bunpro, to me, Wanikani feels necessary because it's for vocabulary, and Bunpro is much harder to do without vocabulary, unfortunately. But once you have vocabulary down, or having made progress with vocabulary, Bunpro, to me, is an incredible resource of like flashcard style sentences and learning Japanese grammar, which is just really, really, really well done. I want to recommend it every opportunity. It helped me learn so much. That's what I recommend. Gosh, great job on the picture, Lily. It's so sweet and cozy. Yay! Oh, I'm glad. Oh, it looks amazing. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Main reason you want to learn Japanese is to get more involved in your rhythm game community. That's such a cool thing, right? Like, it's amazing the way that learning a language can open up like a whole new aspect of something you already love based on the culture that practices it. Like, I also want to learn Japanese. Like, a lot of like 3D modeling and avatar resources are in Japanese, and you can't really understand them. I mean, you can translate them, but you might miss the original intention. Like, as you can imagine from like 3D VTubers and stuff, like it's really popular in Japan. And it wasn't the intention. I want to speak Japanese because I live in Japan, but the realization I had when I could understand some 3D resources because of my Japanese language was so cool. Like, when you learn another language, you don't just learn how to communicate, you also you gain access to stores of data that can only be accessed via that language. It's so cool. You learned English from translating tumblers or hyperfixation. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Um, Thanks. Nah, just a couple hundred Hanzi slash kanji. Gotcha. I didn't know. I don't know they were called Hanzi from Hanji. 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 I'm guessing, from Mandarin. That's awesome. The thought of learning Japanese for the added benefit of the overlap in writing between both languages. Yeah, true. I I've also wanted to learn. I don't know if it happens it happens in this lifetime. But I would love to learn Korean and I would love to learn Mandarin as well. I have no idea if it happens, but at the very least, I'm kind of happy that I know the kanji I do. And then I'm sort of able to sometimes pull some kind of meaning out of a sentence in Mandarin. It's neat. But then I get really confused sometimes because I guess a hanji in Mandarin, hanji maybe. That's the other thing. I don't know how the tonalities is different between Mandarin and Japanese. I have to assume it's quite different. Um, Sometimes I see a hanji in Mandarin that just puts my brain into a stun lock because I feel like I should know it. I feel like it's a Japanese kanji and I definitely know it, but it's not. And so I'm just sitting there digging in my brain like, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this, and there's no hope because it's not even Japanese. So that's funny. Luli, you'll sleep very late because you don't have milk to drink and you want drink milk and you can't sleep 2 hours after you drink milk. Okay, we're about to wrap up. We just did these lines that we want to have here. And we're done. Let me erase this. Let me just write for clip owl. Oh, and a nicer brush. What's happening? Let's turn. That's fine. For clip owl. At Luli. Luli. Alive. You're gonna head to bed, Brox Basher. It's 1:30 a.m. Good night, Luli. Good night, Brox Basher. We are wrapping up soon. After brush your teeth and flip on Pokemon Sleep to fix your schedule. Oh, good luck. Have fun. Have a great rest. Thanks for hanging out, Brox. Thanks again for the raid. I'll see you next time. What's the date today? I know. 26. 02. 24. And I have to draw some little music notes here. I just have to. I just gotta, you know? Perfect. Fantastic. And so to wrap it up, let's just do a little render. Oop. And then we'll make sure we're doing render by region. We are. Render. Image. Done. Oh, one more thing actually. Crop to render region. Render image. There we go. We'll save this out and we'll send this to clip in just a bit. We'll end stream first. We'll look for a raid. We'll end. I'm very happy with this. So let's look for a raid. La, 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 la. Pro sounds like an app for catching rabbits. I know, right? It's been good digging in. I'm glad you think so. It's nice to meet you, Penny Snap. Let's see. Let's go for Proto Wolf is playing Blueprints, which is a game I've kind of wanted to play, but I don't think I'm going to play it anytime soon. So I kind of want to see it a little bit in the background. So let's go right into Proto Wolf. Proto Wolf with no O. Again. So we're gonna raid into Proto Wolf. If you want a raid message, and if you're a subscriber, feel free to use a classic panda raid. And if you're not a subscriber, thank you for the follow. Wait, hold on. This is how I feel when you follow me. Wow. That was early. Thank you. Panda raid. If you're not a subscriber, oh no. Well, you can use that if you'd like to. So copy one of these messages and get ready to raid over to Proto Wolf's stream, playing Blueprints. It was a very cool 3D artist and wolf type streamer. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Panda raid. Oh, nice. That's really cool. Thank you for the walls, Lily. Of course. Something you keep for a long time. Got good enough. It's to people think you're American, but sad to think accent being. Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you everyone for being here. It's been lovely. I'm so happy I'm gonna be happy to show this to Clip. We're gonna be live again tomorrow. We're gonna do some more illustration. We're gonna do Meta Knight's drawing. It's been lovely. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for subscriptions and raids and follows and bits and everything. And we're gonna be live tomorrow. It is saved. Hopefully, I'll double check. And yeah, I hope to see you again sometime soon. Thank you for everything, everyone. Rest well. Have a lovely night, and I'll see you next time. Looking forward to more streams. Yay, buddy stuff. I'm excited to see you there. Bye.